Onigbinde. So it's really going to be a packed time as we have government officials, policy experts, entrepreneurs, people in technology. Interesting conversations today. But once again here with me, I have Mr. Innocent Daniels. Good morning, sir.
Happy Democracy Day.
Same to you.
25 years of democracy. I believe we are not yet there. But I know that as we move on in the journey of our democracy, in just 1 year for the new government, I believe that quite a number of things are going to happen. Looking at the program today and my expectation, people are drawn from private sector, opinion leaders. I'm looking at a robust discussion today that will further deepen the link between democracy and free market. It's been an argument in Asia if truly democracy can be linked to free markets. I believe it should be a link where people have freedom, where to live, where to work, and how to collaborate with different ethnicity and that we have in our country. And I believe that the discussion today will chart way forward for our nation.
Certainly.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us. And like he said, conversations like this are conversations that open our mind to indeed how democracy impacts us and impacts the free market. One of the things that we like to say at the platform is keep an open mind as you are listening. You know, many people have many feelings about what the economy is like and what the society is like, but we are all here to learn and share our thoughts. And I'm also excited to be speaking with Miss Bumi Onyiloye. You look beautiful this morning.
Thank you very much. You look beautiful too.
Thank you. You're welcome to the platform.
Thank
Democracy you. And the free market economy. Why are you here?
Well, for me, I'm a business analyst. I'm an entrepreneur. So for me, it's a very important topic to address because you need to take Nigeria to the next level. The marketplace has to be put in the right place. Like what someone always says, take Nigeria everywhere you go.
Yes.
Take the promotion of Nigeria everywhere you go. Yes.
Excellent. Yes. And I wish you all the best in your business.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love that. Take Nigeria everywhere you go. You know, and when I welcomed us, I said, welcome to Nigerians at home and abroad. This is a conversation. Whether you live in Nigeria, you live on the continent of Africa, or you live anywhere in the diaspora. This affects us all because we are all in democracies in different parts of the world. I have with me someone who has always been a platform studio personnel and who is going to speak to the free market economy because you are right in the center of finance and economy. Mr. Bonla Ojoshua, you're welcome this morning, sir.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be here.
Always a pleasure to have you here. So what are your thoughts to today's theme?
Very interesting theme, democracy and the free markets. I think for democracy, a lot of people expect, you have free markets, and free markets should lead to an improvement in the standard of living of people. So I think expectations are high. We've made a lot of progress as a country, from democracy. We've gotten the telecoms revolution. We've gotten the financial sector reforms. We've birthed a massive pension industry. So there have been a lot of positives, I think it's just translating that to the other sectors, infrastructure, education, health, but we've made a lot of progress.
I love that. But for you, sitting at the private sector and with the kind of speakers that we have today, what do you expect from some of the speakers in particular? Any expectations from any particular speakers?
Yes, people like Governor Soludo, he's been in the private sector, he's been in the federal, and now he's at the state. I always like to have people that have multiplicity of experiences speak. Mr. Shewunigbide of Budget IT,
yes.
I think he's going to come with a lot of data to the table. There's someone speaking on climate change, which is really very important. There are entrepreneurs like Mr. Kola Oyenenyi speaking. There are people like Bishop Machi Kuka, who are always very fiery and speak straight to the point. There's Mr. Dogara, His Excellency, who used to be at the federal level. So I think the mix of speakers, for me, that environment is always important at the platform. That's why I like to be here live, to hear it from them, not watch them speak. I like to hear them speak directly.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for joining us and have an amazing time at the platform.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you've heard it all. No, you've just heard some. We're about to hear it all as we go into the main auditorium where the platform is set to begin. If you're watching from home, join us online, the hashtag #PlatformNG. Be part of the conversation today. This affects you at whatever level that you are. Share the handles on YouTube, get people to watch together, and let's all see how we can move our democracy forward, because you and I play a role. Once again, I thank you for joining us this morning. The platform is just about to begin. Have a great time as you listen to the sessions. Have an open mind and take one thing in particular that you're going to learn from this platform and hopefully going to apply into your life, into your business, into nation building, and into everything that concerns us. Thank you for watching. You're welcome to the platform. Or put your phones on vibrate. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Please let's rise for the national anthem to be led by Mrs. Lara Akingbola. Please, shall we rise? Thank you.
The lyrics we projected so we can sing along. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle on earth, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Please, you may be seated. I know that was a first for many of us. Good morning once again, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Nigeria, we hail thee this beautiful Democracy Day morning. Indeed, though our tongues and tribes may differ, today we unite to celebrate one of the values that binds us, which is our power to elect those who would lead us into a future we desire for ourselves and for our children who would come after us. As we celebrate 25 years of unbroken democracy today, there's no better place to convene than the platform Nigeria. Indeed. My name is Ngozi Akinyele, and today I welcome you to this very special edition of the Platform Nigeria, aptly themed Democracy and the Free Market Economy.
We have a range of very qualified speakers who will do justice to that topic. So I encourage you to sit back, relax, and get ready for thought-provoking and thought-expanding conversations that will propel you and I to action as we work to build a land that is blessed with peace and plenty indeed. This is a global media event, and you can be part of making this conversation one that more people can hear by joining the conversations online. So please, we encourage you to take your selfies, post those powerful thoughts as they drop, using the hashtag #ThePlatformNG or the Platform 36. This is the 36th edition of the platform, so I'll take it again. Please post your pictures, your comments, those powerful thoughts as they drop, using the hashtag #ThePlatformNG or the Platform 36 and the Platform 36 on your favorite social media platforms. So as we get right to it, let me welcome the convener of the platform, His Excellency, the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation, Pastor Kwaju Oyemade, with a warm applause, a standing warm applause.
All right, you may all be seated, please. Said Your Excellency. All right, let me see. Well, I don't have too much to say and to welcome you all. I think today will be a very interesting day. And one of the witnesses I have or confirmations that have been interesting is that I was telling Mr. Shegwandini, he has been speaking at the platform for about 14 years now. And this is the first time I will see him in a suit and a tie, so I think we are in for serious business. But the whole purpose of this conference is to celebrate democracy. Today represents the day where historically it said Nigeria had its freest and fairest election. And from that struggle of June 12 came the birth of our democracy today. We want to honor all those who gave their lives for this cause. There were people who died fighting to make sure we have this. And democracy goes beyond, I just want to mention this and I'll sit down, beyond an election. In fact, an election or voting might just be the lowest part of the democratic experience. Those who founded democracy started out with freedom of speech. In other words, people have a right to air their own opinions and ideas about policies, about how they believe the community that they live in can make progress. And so we've come here today and to have an exchange of ideas. And in a democratic experience, our ideas don't have to be the same. In fact, the reason why there's freedom of ideas is that the best ideas for the progress of a community comes as ideas begin to interact among themselves. In other words, as one idea comes, another idea comes, and those ideas begin to interact. Then comes out the best policies there. So the important thing is that there's a freedom of expression. It's just that this freedom of expression obviously should be within the legal framework. It should not be personalized. Freedom of expression also means you are responsible for those things that you express in the public space. You know, people always tell me about disruption, and I tell them that there's disruption that brings progress to humanity. But if I come in here with a cutlass and I run into this place, I will disrupt this whole place. So there's a disruption that can actually be disruptive and not actually bring, progress. So we've called people from different backgrounds to come in and present ideas and to have those ideas interact, and we'll come out with the best thought for our country. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Another round of applause for Pastor Kwadwo Imade. So as we get ready for the interaction of those powerful ideas that would lead to progressive disruption, let us welcome our very first speaker for this special edition of the platform, Mr. Kola Oyeneyin. Those hands are from LinkedIn. Kola Oyeneyin is a serial entrepreneur, Pan-Africa advocate, innovator, and investor. CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Opportunic Global Fund. Mr. Kola is also co-founder and partner at Volition Capital, a private equity company, and Volition Blue. As an impact-oriented business leader, he has founded multiple thriving businesses through Vineyard Group, a venture creation and investment company focused on investing in people and impacting lives. He has led Vineyard Group for over a decade, during which it was recognized as one of the 100 companies to inspire Africa by the London Stock Exchange Group in 2019. Kola, who holds a degree in computer science from the University of Nottingham, UK, recently concluded his master's degree in public administration at Harvard Kennedy School, and as a Mason and Glitzman Fellow and a Fellow of the Harvard Center for Public Leadership. He was honored with the Eric Yankert Award for distinguished contribution to the Mason program and Harvard Kennedy School. Kola continues to balance his entrepreneurial passion with his nation-building drive and unwavering commitment to a family while being very active in his Christian faith. Please welcome to the platform, with a warm applause, Mr. Kola Oyeneyin.
Good morning, the platform. Oh wow, I heard before coming that there's usually a lot of energy at the platform. So good morning, the platform. That sounds more like it. Good morning, Nigeria, and good morning, Nigerians. Happy Independence Day, or Happy Democracy Day. I truly hope that you find some happiness in this democracy day that we're celebrating. And I do hope that as the years come along after the first 25 years of democracy, it becomes happier and happier as we get along. First, Your Excellencies, both the ones that I have the honor to share the platform with today and those that are present in the audience or connected online or on TV, and also my colleagues or seniors at the platform, like the ones who are veterans on this platform and consistent speakers. It's an honor to stand here today and share the platform with you. I want to specially recognize and appreciate the man who this morning I was asking him that how do you do it? How do you pack so much into your, because as far as we know, you were on the train somewhere yesterday outside of Nigeria, and this morning you are sitting in Ikeja hall here. Let's celebrate the man who does so much for Nigeria, but more importantly also for our faith globally. Let's celebrate Pastor Kwadwo Imade and his beloved wife, my very dear sister, Pastor Toyin Oyemade. I think we can do better than that. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for the addition that you have added to Nigeria's growth and development. All right, I have a very long way to go today and a short time to get there, so I'm going to move very fast. The challenge of having to speak on such a potent topic and to combine democracy, which is a very, very big topic on its own, and free market, which is also another very big topic, is that you're caught between two worlds. And so you have to find where you want to really stay. So today I've decided to park my bus at the free market area. And a lot of time when someone who is active in business or who is a private sector operator speaks about free market, there's usually this whole notion by people in government or everybody else is, they simply just want to make more money, or they simply just want to, create more. And I always said, Why not? Why not us create more values for everybody else to benefit from and create more jobs and open up the space? But I'll touch on democracy because you cannot have free market without speaking about democracy and our democratic values. However, my views about democracy itself requires a separate symposium. And whether Nigeria should be a democracy or not also requires a separate symposium. So therefore, maybe another platform will be created for those who will speak on that, because there are views around what kind of democracy should we be running. So I want to subtitle what I'll spend the next few minutes talking about, which is around the bread, the baker, and the bakery. The bread, the baker, and the bakery. About 5 years ago, I got to a point in my life, and for those who know me prior to now, beyond just being a private sector operator and being a faith person, is that I have, by the grace of God, done a few things in sort of like nation building space. Some of us got burnt after many things that happened in Nigeria in a rather short life. And so by 2019, I completely was tired. I said I had no idea what to do as far as Nigeria is concerned anymore. This thing had become what you call in an economic environment, what you call a wicked problem. A wicked problem is a problem that has defiled many solutions where it's hard to solve. I said, okay, I must need a new kind of understanding. So I left Nigeria for the second time. I said I must go away for about a year plus to go and just get educated. They must have solutions somewhere. So I went. And so I was in class just like you're seeing here, and I remember, everybody was going around the room to share why they are here. And I come from 125 different countries, different people. And I'd come from Nigeria as one of the only two people that had come and spending a year to understand how do we go back and solve this thing called Nigeria. And so they asked, why are you here? And I said, well, I came for answers. I said, okay, answers to what? I said, well, answers to a problem that has defiled a lot of logic. I said, where are you from? I said, I'm from Nigeria. I said, oh, wow, Nigeria, we are looking for answers too. I said, you guys are looking for answers to that? I said, yes. I said, because based on everything that we know and see and the indices that we have, Nigeria shouldn't be where it is. So we are hoping that you'll be able to provide us some answers. At that point, I said, sorry, can I get my money back? Because obviously it now means that I'm not going to get the answer that I want. But let me quickly, so because of that, spent a year and of course got on play. But what I did get was the ability to ask better questions. The ability to say that maybe we have been asking the wrong question as far as Nigeria is concerned, but the ability to ask better questions. So therefore, on this one I have on the screen there something that is common to many of us: bread. Bread is an important part of our lives. And bread means different things to different people. Bread, to you, some people, is fuel they put in their car to help them get to work to go and look for bread for the day. But you see, bread was so instrumental in France, and I'm using France in 1789. And it led to a point where it created the price of bread becoming highly inflated, led to a major riot in France that led to what you call the French Revolution. And from a statement that was made by the then queen to say, why are the Parisians asking for bread? Tell them to eat cake. Meaning that whatever they can find to eat, let them eat. And so the Parisians said, is that so? And so they marched to the palace, and we now know the rest is history as far as that is concerned. Give us this day our daily bread. It's a prayer that is actually common across different religions. Pray differently. But bread is an essential part, meaning that in life, if you are an inability to access what to eat, it's a major, major, major problem and dilemma for people. Now, the price of bread in 2024 is approximately 1,800 naira. And this same price in 1979 apparently can buy us a Peugeot 504. So we have come quite a long way. I didn't believe this at first when Business Day released it. So I spoke to somebody who is old enough to remember. I said, oh yes,
In fact, he said it was 1,680 specifically. So what you used to buy a loaf of bread today bought a car at some point in this country. So therefore, our national bread has shrunk. It's become smaller and smaller. And the sharer of the bread has grown bigger and bigger. We were 125 million when we came into democracy. We are 220 million people today. And we're sharing from a small piece of bread called GDP. Can I have my guys, please? The GDP of Nigeria, at some point we were number 4. So we were number 1. And we were $450 billion that we were earning. It was being shared by almost 200 million people. Now we are down to 250-something million in terms of what we're getting. Is it enough? And we are growing in population. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I have come to show us our national bread. Because you see, economists can fly over people's head many times. We can sit in this place and I can throw data at you. And you leave wondering, what have they just described to us? So this is our bread. This is Nigeria's bread. And I'm going to hand it over to these citizens of Nigeria who are meant to share this bread. There are 10 of them representing 200 million people. All right, share. Let's pass it on. All right, let's keep passing it on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you get the point. Well, please come. Please come. Every single time I have done this social experiment, I have always wondered how this guy a different guy by the way, always ends up with this piece of bread, and how this guy got this piece of bread. This is what 95% of Nigerians, some of whom represented in this room, this is what you get. Do you agree with me? This is what the 1% of the 1%, this is what they get. What 7 of them didn't know was that prior to this, these 3 people came to come and meet me. They had a conversation with me as I came into power. And they seized my government, called state capture. And I told them that as we are creating value, the value will be passed to you. Take as much as you want out of it. The rest, these people can share. Can you see the results? See what 3 of them have, see what 7 people have. That's why the national bread can never be enough. It cannot be enough because the bread itself is not enough to share. But when you then have a system that is not a free market economy that allows for demand and supply to happen, that allows for value creation to take place freely without the intervention of somebody somewhere with a piece of paper and a pen, letting these people take a lion's share, of course, they will always get a shorter end of the stick. Where we want to get to is a world where perhaps he has enough, doesn't need to be rewarded. Please take. Perhaps they need to then be rewarded equally across board. And maybe we will live in a more equitable and, he said, okay, he said he won, all right. I'm bonus. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, thank you. If you don't take anything out of here today, please remember this very well. That the idea of democracy, no matter how we define it, if it's not delivering equity and justice, it is no democracy. No matter how
how we define it. If democracy is not delivering equity, as you saw in the end, it's not a democracy. So I'm going to jump over the definition of free market. Those are things you can Google. And really ChatGPT can describe it better than I can do now. So, but the key idea is that, number one, it ensures freedom, exchange of goods and services, and it allows competition. Let me give an example quickly. The bag of cement is 10,000, almost 10,000 naira today. Free market economy should allow someone in this room who has found a system that exists somewhere in the world that allows for them to bring cement into Nigeria. Follow me? Because people talk about why we're importing certain things. Again, that's why I said, there's no time to unpack it. But if the landing cost plus duty would deliver to Nigerian builders and users of cement at 5,000 naira, half the price, should they bring it in or not? Why should we leave it at 10,000 in the hands of 3-4 people to continue to dominate a few people who can't even afford to build houses? And we say we operate a free economy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why that freedom of exchange of goods and services, as long as we keep our trade balance, our trade result report balance, then there's no issue with free market in terms of import and export. Let me move quickly. Adam Smith, who purported the idea of free market, introduced a concept called the invisible hand. It is the invisible hand that ensures that government stays out of business. The business of government is not in doing business, but is in enabling businesses to do business. Let me repeat myself. The business of government is not in doing business, but in enabling businesses to do business in a viable environment. And the invisible hands will ensure that it takes place. I don't want to go into the issue of dollar and naira conversion. That's a big topic that we can stay here for. The power of free market is what enabled these two people, John D. Rockefeller and J.P. Morgan, to be one of the men that built America by one person being a man of finance providing capital to Thomas Edison that discovered the light bulb, and John D. Rockefeller being oil and gas producing kerosene that people were using to light. One ended up killing the other one. Free market allowed it to happen. But today, you have light bulbs today because his house was the first one to get lit up. That's what free market does. Let's move very quickly. A tale of two nations. So the first thing you must understand is democracy must ensure equity for the people. Two nations, and I'll tell you a short story. Between 1960 and 1968, two countries made two different decisions that changed the course of their lives. One country is very close to us here. It's called Ghana. They like to think that their jollof rice is better than ours, but we always disagree. But another country is a very small island, very close to China, that China doesn't want to let go of, but they've become very important to the world. It's called Taiwan. Ghana and Taiwan made two different decisions at two different times. Ghana made a decision to make formal education, your ability to speak Queen's English, as you want it to be, made it compulsory for all, and in some cases free. Taiwan said, we don't care much about Queen's English. Speak basic English, or no English at all. However, set up a policy for technological and vocational training. Made that compulsory for all Taiwanese. Ladies and gentlemen, a few years later, even though both of them started at about $300 in 1968 GDP per capita, by the time you get to 2020, this is what Taiwan's export basket looks like. Inside that export basket, compared to Ghana, is a blue area that you can see there that represents 42% of what they now export to the world, that is called semiconductors. Semiconductors today is now powering everything you can think of today, from the phone I'm holding, semiconductor, clicker, semiconductor, microphone, semiconductor, these screens you're looking at, semiconductors everywhere. Taiwan has become, the world depends on Taiwan. If Taiwan runs into production issue of semiconductors, nothing electrical comes out by a policy of government. And by the way, Taiwan is not a democracy. And they're able to do that. Let me tell you what this has led to. It's what I call the great divergence. Look at Taiwan's GDP per capita today. Has grown 165 times to $48,000 GDP per capita, which is the measure of how much each person is won. It's different from GDP. What you saw here was GDP per capita that I distributed. The bulk was GDP. Now, Ghana is less than 3,000. Grew 10,000 in almost 50 years. 10 times in almost 50 years. Are we getting it? Let me now make a statement here that perhaps out of everything I said today is something that I want everybody to take home. What a nation makes is what makes a nation. Let me repeat myself. What a nation makes is what makes a nation. No matter how we hail Nigeria, what a nation makes is what makes a nation. So, what China makes, what Indonesia makes, what the US makes, you can see the export basket. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what Nigeria makes. What Nigeria makes is sitting in that place, 70% or almost if you add gas to it, it comes to about 85% of what we make is oil in its crudest form. No skill, nothing applied to it. And by the way, a portion of it being stolen. Let me just pause here and just say, by the way, normal people cannot steal oil. I hope you know that. Unless if you have the capacity to steal crude in this way, can I see your hand? There is a level of sophistication that is required to steal crude. From vessels to security to pipeline. I mean, it's sophisticated. So therefore, the people that are stealing crude are not in this room. I can almost guarantee. Unless you are. So, so therefore, we are one main product. And this product, we cannot protect it. Think about it. Maybe because my background is in business. If I'm making one product or one service, and in that product is being stolen, I don't know what the number of items that I have in my shop. How do I make money? Nigeria's NNPC, in its history, only recently declared profit around 2017. I mean, if I run a business for 40 years and it's not making profit, the first is who's subsidizing it? Who's paying salary? There must be something in that arrangement. We couldn't even see the books for a long time. The equivalent of Nigeria's NNPC, that is called Saudi Aramco, is a company led by the way, government, not in a democracy, that is worth $1.9 trillion. Is the number 4 highest, I think the 4th market cap in the world as a company. Saudi Aramco. The same oil in the hands of Saudi is different in the hands of Nigeria. Let me move very quickly. We don't have time to listen to this video, but maybe it will be shared with us, and then let me move very quickly. That's a video that shows how Saudi monitors every drop of oil that comes into the country. As I begin to wrap this up and maybe deliver where I'm really going today, 25 years of democracy is a very long time. A lot of things didn't exist 25 years ago. Google was barely a year old in 25 years ago. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram that we use today didn't exist 25 years ago. By the way, our telco sector almost didn't exist 25 years ago. 130 million Nigerians didn't exist 25 years ago. A whole financial payment system didn't exist 25 years ago. So 25 years is a very long time. In 25 years, China has moved 750 million out of poverty. Nigeria has dropped 80 into poverty. A lot can happen in 25 years. And by the way, I'm a patriotic Nigerian and I love my country. But data does not lie. In God we trust. Everybody else bring data. This is what data tells us. In the last few administrations of our democracy, this is where we have been. The lowest we ever grew 1% was in the previous administration. The first administration took Nigeria and took some major bets that got us somewhere important. I'll move very quickly across our complexity as a country and get to where I really want to get to today. Now, as we begin to look forward for the next 25 years, we must now begin to say, what strategic bet can we take
We're here for ideas, and I want to put one on the table. It might look simple. It might look like we're not ambitious enough. But you see, monkeys have a way of jumping in the forest. They don't jump too high so they don't fall. They jump to the nearest tree and the nearest tree and the nearest tree. Nigeria, consider yourself a monkey that must jump from where you are to another tree that is closest to you, low-hanging fruit. So I present to you a $100 billion idea that is right in front of us. There's this young man that I like quite much. Some people that are here might know him. Interesting guy. His name is Lai Wasabi. He represents what I like to call the creative, many of them, creative economy in Nigeria. This is an economy that potentially can add $100 billion to our GDP, this is our bread, by 2030 if we do get a few things right. It cuts across from movies to fashion to photography to painting it cuts across, and we've seen us try to generate, the global industry is about $3 trillion. Africa contributes about $70 billion. Nigeria, reportedly by NBC, has earned about $15 billion from creative economy. What I'm saying is that can we 10x it in 6 years? I believe we can if we're serious. What do we need to do? Number one is driven by young people and global audience and their desires. So therefore, their key enablers, data, technology, free market must be allowed. Free tax system. Look, taxation is not a pathway to prosperity of any kind. Don't tax the people to death. Don't just let the poor breathe. Let the poor thrive. Let the poor become prosperous. Hear me and hear me well as I begin to wrap up. We must ensure, so some of these young people are earning an average of $10,000 currently from content creation, but they cannot bring it into Nigeria. Why? Because our banking system, our postal system, I don't have time to go into the monetization of platforms like YouTube and co, does not make it possible for them to do it easily. If I were government, what I would be doing is what do I need to enable to ensure that I'm CBN governor, I'm looking for dollars, but there's dollars sitting abroad that can't come into Nigeria. How do I enable it to come in? And then I must get my ambassadors and embassies to now begin to speak about Nigerian culture and Nigerian content and Nigerian music and Nigerian fashion and Nigeria, everything Nigeria, and that becomes what I focus on. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you the new economy of Nigeria, and the people that must bargain for this to happen are the people that I call the soft bands of Nigeria. These are people who have a responsibility to not just live a soft life, but to ensure that they now begin to go into government and bargain for development, not bargain for self. Bandits are the ones with guns that go around and make headlines. But you see, they are economic bandits who use pens to move state funds into private pocket. Have a wonderful day. God bless you. Thank you.
Applause. That wasn't just a session, it was an experience. Thank you so much, sir. Wow. You may be seated, please. Our next speaker is Mrs. Titi Oshodi. Mrs. Titi Oshodi is a distinguished administrative executive and change management leader who currently serves as the special advisor on climate change and the circular economy to the governor of Lagos State. With over 2 decades of experience in senior management roles across direct sales, marketing, and business development, Titi has honed her project management expertise working in London and Lagos. From spearheading experiential projects in corporate environments to impactful public relations initiatives within the federal government, her exceptional skills were further recognized during her tenure as Senior Special Administrator to the Governor of Lagos State. Titi studied economics at Olabisi Onabanjo University. and has expanded her knowledge through several prestigious courses at the Harvard Kennedy School. Titi holds full membership with the Society for Corporate Ethics and Compliance in the USA and the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, Nigeria. She is the Deputy Vice Chairman of the Public Policy and Advocacy Committee in the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. She actively participates in various board capacities and committees within the public and the private sectors. Mrs. Titi leads a fulfilling life as a mother of two, supported by her loving husband and a strong community of Christian friends and mentors. Please let us welcome to the platform Mrs. Titi Oshodi.
Covenant Nation, the Platform Nation. It's such an honor and such a pleasure to be here. This is my very first, even though I'm an ardent follower. I passionately follow the platform, but I'm one of those virtual listeners and viewers. I'd like to seize the opportunity to express profound appreciation to Pastor Poju and Pastor Mrs. Oyemade as well. Over a decade of the platform, saddled with the objectivity of bringing shaping mindset, creating leaders, is no small feat. I really am humbled to be here, and I thank you so much, Pastor Poju, for giving us the opportunity to come and share, and also to be able to experience the realness that I have never felt before in a room. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you. And also to the Platform Nation as well, to the Platform Nation. I bring you greetings from my boss, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. Somebody that is very passionate, especially about the demographic, the majority of the demographic that I stand before here today. I know that we're coming and we're representing government, but there's so many things that we're going to be able to share. And this is my reason for standing before you. Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu has said to me, Titi, you make sure that you sell and that you share as much as possible. And that's what I'm going to do. I'd like to honor Mr. Kola Oyenayi that has come before, because that was an explosive session. And it has set the tone. I think the question is, where do we stand? So two varied components that we need to bridge today, this morning. Democracy and the free market. But I would say, and I'm going to take a different perspective, even though there will be some influx from what he has expended. There's no way that we can move away from that. And I would say that the interplay between free democracy or free market and democracy is settled within the space of sustainability. I stand and I operate in an industry that is for sustainability, for sustenance, for longevity. So a lot of what I'm going to be postulating this morning will be from that angle. So I'm defining the interplay between democracy and what does it mean, inclusivity, stakeholder management, essentially just ensuring that there's community engagement. And then we're talking about market dynamics, and we're saying, you have democratic processes, the forces between demand and supply that justifies people's preferences. But between both ends, we're saying what makes that sustainability, what makes the standard, what makes it bridge. And that's in how we can sustain the life that we live, how we can uphold, the values that are intrinsic for us to be able to live and to be able to progress as a nation. And here I said that sustainability is life, because if you look at the interplay, the interrelativity between government, between people, the interplay between people, between the citizens and the businesses, then each component, each entity have a role that they have to play, isn't it? And it essentially means that government, as we have heard, establish regular frameworks, regulatory frameworks. What are the indices by which businesses should be operating? What are the tenets, that help the operationalization of businesses? And businesses in itself, how are they supposed to, push, the innovations and technologies and the ideas and the concepts that enable them to be able to run? And the stakeholders are the citizens. They are the ones that are receiving, they're on the receiving end, and they're the ones that are justifying the compatibility of the businesses and what is produced for them, and how government also enables, the components that help them to run. So here we are. We say that we want to have a stable economy, and all of these tripartite, indices have to be well in place. But where are we in Lagos? What's our status? And this is a little, overview of what is going on with Lagos State. If you look at the numbers, you would notice that a coastal city of a population of over 22 million as we speak right now, and we have about 65% of that population termed and classified as highly vulnerable because they are settled in informal places. They're not even recorded within the aggregate numbers of our population, of our data. And if we're talking infrastructure, we're talking assets, we're talking about a worth of 75 billion that is also classified as vulnerable, highly vulnerable. But then again, we also see that there is an issue with the sectors that climate change has impacted. And that's also the bane of our sustainability. Land, which is, where we get our source for food security. And so agriculture is a key aspect. And then tourism, both imbued by land. And if we're not able to start doing something about it, about our posterity, about our longevity, then the cost of inaction, as written by the Climate Action Plan, this is a report that has been delivered since 2020 to 2025, says that we're going to be losing an estimated of 22 to 25 billion for inaction, not taking the right decisions or doing something about climate change or about the effect of climate change. If you take a look at the slides, you would see here that I have just said a very gory, frightening story. But like Nigerians that we are, we're always looking out for the silver lining. And on the flip side, I have a report from Manufacturing Africa that says that there are enormous economic opportunities that are inherent in the situation that we have found ourselves. You will look at a cost, an estimate of about 2.7 billion by 2030, if we're looking at the opportunities that are inherent in the slides, in the sectors that I have expressed in there. And I'm not going to have enough time to be able to run through all of that, but I just want you to be able to take notes, because there are quite a number of slides like that that I will be running through. And the next slide is essentially also another one that talks about how they have aggregated pulled out seven key sectors, ranging from agriculture to solar to, running through to energy. And they have been stated with opportunities in green manufacturing. And those sectors also have the rationales why they are labeled as the go-to areas. And I'm saying this because it's important that from our office, the 3 pillars by which we drive is produce and help you see, help you to navigate where there's opportunities for job, where there's opportunity for market, where there's opportunity to access to wealth as well. So we have, that slide that talks about all of the areas into the next slide. And then we have another slide that actually gives you data around those brands and those organizations and the people that are already practicing in those areas. And what is, taken away, what is produced, what is achievable in those areas. Now, going through, let's go past that. Then we can begin to talk about what are the competences? What abilities do you need? How do you begin to position yourself to be relevant or to be able to operate in those places? The government is one that is heavily driven right now in the area of learning, and the STEM learning has become very, very instructive and very valuable in those areas. Just like digital transformation, you would find that the area of circular economy, the area of reproducing, recycling, waste management, has become a place that there's a lot of sectors that can easily play into it. But the fact is that we have a bit of a gap. People do not really understand what is potentially available in that space. So if we're going through, and talking about the learning through STEM, you would see that within that line, you can capture science, you can capture engineering, you can capture environmental studies, you can capture quite a number of competencies and skills that can be developed that can make you be able to operationalize, be able to work in those places. We're in that space now, we're beginning to help shape minds around how you can be, able to work in the areas that are alternative to the oil or to the areas or to banking. This is a new area that we're beginning to develop. We understand that global climate change is a global comms issue. Everybody's affected by it, whether we're urbanized or we're not urbanized. But we also understand that our approaches have to be differentiated. And so in our side of town, a basic or an average African or Nigerian, if you're beginning to shape minds and shape narratives and shape behavior, they want to know what is the benefit. They want to know what's in it for them. Because if you look at the pyramid and those who are at the bottom of that pyramid, the first language they want to hear is, how am I going to eat? What is Naira and Kobo? So when I'm talking climate change, I'm almost talking above their heads because it does not connect. And for them to be able to translate it to Naira and Kobo, then it has to be tangible. It has to be relatable. And this is where we begin to talk about incentivization. Because we understand that if we're able to manage the mindset and help people see that inherently sitting, on a daily activity, when you're generally or typically generating waste, you're actually sitting on resources. You're actually sitting on opportunities that can help you to scale or to grow or have you, give you access to a market. So our behavioral remodeling is starting essentially from driving conscious, sustainable practices, but by incentivizing in that process. And that's why in our office we have an initiative that is called EcoCirculate. EcoCirculate is an education-driven program that helps people to shape their minds in all ramifications, providing platforms that would help towards responsible, sustainable practices. Now, because it is government, what we want to do is start to recycle the various mandates that are seated within ministries. So what are the social amenities that are accessible for the average citizen. Transportation, health, education. There are tools that are already existential right now. And, we're beginning to play around that. So every time we go to a community with the program of EcoCirculate, what we do is we drive engagement, education, using a tool like a card that is accessible with transportation, with education, with health. I'm not really saying that tool right now, but there is that tool that is already existent, and people can begin to use that tool to build points. So we're creating subsidies on that tool for people to have access to medical attention, have access to education, school fees, tuitions for their children, be able to get on the bus, the BRT lane, get onto the rail, essentially just establish and be able to live a good quality of life. That's one of the things that we're doing. And essentially what we're going to achieve with that is that we can reduce the cost of governance, but ultimately we can also reduce enforcement as it will. But in all of this, another thing that I have taken from the former speaker is that any government that is thriving, or any society that is thriving, does not thrive on budget on government. It is the private sector, it is the enterprise that drives the wealth in a country. And this is where our corporates come in. This is where the tenets and the framework of the economic, the environment, the social, and the governance framework comes in, the EESG. Every company and every corporate has the ability to be obligated towards establishing impact towards the society through those pillars. As we speak, the corporate only perform at a 30% rate of their ESG framework. As a government, it is our duty right now to begin to look at that place, to remodel it, to reaffirm it, and to establish some form of connectivity and mandatory obligations to be driven from it. We're looking at that, and that's one of the things that we're going to be working with our corporates on. What are the roles of government? Right now, you can see on the slides, we have quite a number of plans that has been established in Lagos State, thankfully. The Lagos State Climate Action Plan, the Resilience Plan, we have a development plan, and these have become our frameworks and guides. We're working towards having a policy that will guide the space, but right about now, that gives us some form of direction as to how we're going to run our sustainable environment and green economy space. I can tell you that there are quite a number of initiatives, agreements, MOUs that are being tied in Lagos within that space. We have the LOMA and the Ministry of Environment that have signed a deal to commence the conversion of waste to energy at Epe. There's an energy plant that is coming up there. What it potentially provides for us in terms of numbers, 2,250 tons of waste that will be daily generated, that will also generate 60 to 70 megawatts of power, of electricity, that is worth to power between 60 to 70,000 homes, ability to save over 500,000 tons of carbon emission, and able to create 300 to 500 jobs during construction, and ultimately establish over 100 permanent jobs at the operational facility. That is imminent, and that's something that we're working, assiduously towards. We have deals and we have MOUs. Right about now, Lagos and Ghana has signed a deal to convert our landfill from a waste to energy operated facility. And of course, a lot of our markets, Ikorodu right now, has begun to have a properly advanced loading, transfer loading program. So technology is taking a lot more of the space in terms of our operations, and we're earnestly trying to increase our replicate. But these are things that are from our end that we're opening up for business opportunities. We're opening up for the corporates, for the private sector to key into. We know also that in all of this, there's a gap in public awareness. There's a gap for us. There's a gap in the polity. Climate literacy is really, really very prevalent, and the absence of it is really, really very important. It's really significant for us to be able to achieve climate literacy. We want to be able to drive that through every level of PR and media platforms. If we're talking about the creative industry, can we start to generate narratives? Can we start to generate messaging? Messaging that will be driven through movies, through scripts, through dancing, through music, through the various passion points. Just like, you have, America, the biggest, the largest or the most sophisticated country on the land. Can we start to drive that narrative of circular economy? Drive the narrative of what we own as a country, what we're naturally endowed with as our country, opportunities that are inherent in our country. Communication is the engine oil of life, and we must be able to start, and we must start from the bottom up. What are our challenges? Attitudinal change. Like I said again, it's going to be difficult to shift the mind if we don't start to drive incentives. Incentive means money. Money comes from, regulated from a large sum. My governor had said it some time ago, and he always says it because he was a bank treasurer for the longest period of time, that there are corporates that have 3 times the size of the budget of Lagos State. It's time for us to start to infuse and inject capital into our systems, and it will have to start from the corporates. We have an unfriendly finance environment. As I had said before, we need to start to, increase the level of accessibility to funding, and it sits within our financial institutions. We do not have sufficient data, and we have, corporates, we have private sector, we have companies that have the ability, the capacity, the eggheads, the resources to be able to generate data that we can use to drive insight and to inform policies. We need to stop working in silos. If we have companies, if we have MSMEs who are accessible to some information, we need to start to aggregate this data. We need to start to aggregate our workings together so that we can have a holistic form of approach to these businesses, to these issues. And we need to improve the market operations. What are the opportunities? And these are the things that other countries have also, been able to do so that they can harness opportunities that are seated within the company, within the organization, the economy. We have tons of opportunities as well on the flip side. Today, I can, proudly say that we have Food Hub, a logistics hub that has been established along the corridor of Ketu and Ekpe. It's seated on a 1.2 million square meter. And that facility stores content for up to more than 1,500 trucks and is expected to meet the daily needs of tens of thousands of actors in the food value chain. Within that value chain, there are opportunities for jobs. There are opportunities for playing, delivery, logistics, e-commerce, transportation. How can we start to look at those areas and see how much we can proliferate that space? So, I can talk about all of the opportunities, but we're just going to go around to what we're looking at. What is our future like? What do we want to achieve? We have investor opportunities. We have job creation opportunities. We have value chains, that we can optimize to the fullest level. In my office, we have programs that are called Leave No One Behind, which is designed for people in incarceration, helping them to be able to have a life out of incarceration within the space of sustainability, educating them on how to be able to convert waste to wealth, educating them on how to be able to use their organic waste, We're working with communities right now to develop the sort of model that can help them regenerate wealth into something that is usable, biogas, electricity, solar powered electricity, right? We have a network, a business network that is solely designed, and we're beginning to grow in that space. We're having about 300 right now, and we're beginning to teach them business support, ability to be able to be investable. How do you create a structure that helps you to, stand for a sustainable period of time? How do you incorporate? How do you collaborate? How do you attract funding? How do you attract international partners and technical support? These are little things, but ultimately will be replicated across board to be able to help, because our desire is to be able to address businesses, address those at the bottom of the pyramid, help them to be able to grow. And the reason why it is comfortable for us is because we see the vision. We see the vision of where we are. We see the vision of what we hold. We see the vision of what we're endowed with. The global north is looking to our side, to Africa, for the wealth that is required for them to be able to, to be sustained. If we have access and we are blessed with hydro, we're blessed with wind, we're blessed with solar, it's time for us to start to introspectively think about it. It's time for us to start acting upon it. It's time for us to grow our country's GDP. It's time for us to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Titi Oshodi, for that very enlightening conversation. I work in communications and sustainability, and one day I was reading the book of Genesis, and it hit me that Noah, for those of us who know the story or have watched the movie Noah, was the chief sustainability officer of his time, right? And we all know what happened to those who didn't listen to Noah, right? It will not happen to us. So we need to listen and pay attention to the value also that can be created from the circular economy. Without further ado, I would invite our next speaker. He is Mr. Olusegun Adeniyi. So before I read his profile, I need to reinforce this. You need to join the conversation online, because I know that when he starts talking, you would have so much to write and to shout about on social media. And you can do that by joining the conversations on X, on Instagram, Facebook, using the hashtag #ThePlatformNG and #ThePlatform36. The Platform NG and the Platform 36. So as you are listening, please ensure that more people are hearing what you're listening to as well. Mr. Olusegun Adeniyi is a journalist, writer, and former presidential spokesman. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters and a fellow of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. Author of several books, including The Last 100 Days of Abacha, Adeniyi has also participated in several professional and academic programs in many countries. In April 2019, Adeniyi was inaugurated along with others from 29 countries as a council member of the Belt and Road News Network in Beijing, China. In July 2007, he attended the International Visitor Leadership Program organized by U.S. State Department in Washington. He also spent the 2010-2011 academic session as a fellow at the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs, Harvard University, where he conducted his research on the factors that shape incumbent presidential elections in Africa. Adeniyi is currently the chairman of This Day editorial board. Please make welcome once again to the platform, Mr. Olusegun Adeniyi. We can do better. We can be more generous with our applause.
And actually, it's because I made a terrible mistake. You know, when I was preparing for platform this year, I said, this year, I'm going to come here and I'm going to be serious. So I'm not going to tell all those cow tales and all that. Because right now, even if you use the new minimum wage being proposed, 1 year salary cannot buy you a cow. So I decided that I'm not going to tell any cow story. That I will just come and I will deliver my something. And I came yesterday, and my brother Yomi came to see me and said, we're expecting those your cow stories. And everybody I've been meeting, I've been saying, we're expecting your stories. And it just dawned on me that I should have stuck to what worked. I should have just prepared a story. And what I took to realize is that I'm not as smart as I thought I am. And it reminds me of a man who went to a barbing salon. He was there at the salon. He saw one cute little boy. And he was just interested in the boy. And the barber saw his interest. And he asked him, forget that boy. He's the dumbest boy I've ever seen. And the guy was curious. So he whispered, he said, I will demonstrate to you. So the man brought out 2 notes, 1,000 naira and 500 naira. So he told the boy, pick the highest denomination. And the boy picked 500 naira and ran out. So after he left, say, I told you, that boy is very dumb. I've done that dozens of times. And it's the same thing. He never learns. The man was surprised because the boy looked smart to him. But he thought, well, he couldn't argue with the evidence anyway. Maybe the guy just does not know figures. So he left. He finished his barbing, and as he was going, he saw the boy at a corner shop where they were selling ice cream. And he met the boy. He said, look, the man showed you 500 naira and 1,000 naira. Don't you know that 1,000 naira is bigger than 500 naira? The boy said, I know. Then why did you pick 1,000 naira? The boy put his ice cream in his mouth with a mischievous twig. He said, the day I do that, the game is over. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here this morning. One phrase some people will say fast that has been popularized by politicians the last 25 years is that of democracy dividends. But whatever it means, it is evident that most Nigerians have not been availed of their fair share. For all its human and material resources, Nigeria's GDP is still among the lowest in the world. Food inflation, which is currently about 40%, is not only frightening, but also brings the risk of social, economic, and security turbulence. So while periodic elections are good, if because of the choices we make, most of our citizens still find it difficult to put food on their table, there's a problem. In any case, a country's democratic election is as good as the country itself. From the United States to Europe and Asia, the rise of Donald Trump and fellow travelers has led to the consensus that liberal democracy is under threat. But the real challenge in Nigeria and most other African countries is existential, as people worry about where their next meal will come from. In Abuja a few weeks ago, to speak at a program organized by the Sehu Musa Yar'Adua Center, Afrobarometer co-founder, Professor Gia Buhadi, said that in survey after survey, people on the continent have been consistent in their pro-democratic aspirations. But he also warned that lack of accountable governance relative to citizens' expectations is driving many to lose faith in democracy. I quote him, "Policy actors and advocates must focus on accountable governance in order to sustain and deepen citizens' faith in democracy," he admonished. In his 2022 piece, Democracy on a Ventilator, Andrew Sheng, a former chair of the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission argued that electoral promises are meaningless if there are no deliverables in an accountable manner. In the case of Nigeria, a democracy that can neither advance the welfare of the people nor protect them from dying cheaply and needlessly in the arms of a cocktail of violent vagrants is endangered. This morning, I am borrowing from my comic book on 25 defining issues that have defined the last 25 years of our current democratic journey. I started the book early last year, but despite my best efforts, it's still in the works. Hopefully, it should be ready by December. I'm looking at the salient issues that have defined the past 25 years, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm also exploring potential pathways for addressing some of them with a view to strengthening our democracy. One of the issues interrogated in the book is the futility of godfatherism. That should be no surprise. It is an issue I believe we need to deal with if our democracy is to deliver the public good. The title of my presentation this morning is Democracy on Ventilator, the Role of Godfathers. Godfatherism comes in different variants. The common variant today is that by outgoing political office holders foisting on the people their handpicked successors. There are, of course, other variants, but there is no substantial difference between the power merchants of old, who sought no offices themselves, and the current ones who seek to plant surrogates after their terms. Stripped of all pretensions, godfatherism is about the pursuit of private interest at public expense, and it is not about the good of the people, as we have seen over the years in our country. Effective state capacity ensures that institutions function optimally, but we cannot develop such capacity if all we have to offer is godfatherism, which hinders genuine democratic representation. Meanwhile, a ventilator is a life support machine that provides oxygen to the lungs for those who can no longer breathe on their own. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, it was a life or death situation for many who were placed on a ventilator. That precisely is where we are with our democracy in Nigeria today. It may be important to state here that godfatherism is not peculiar to Nigeria. It is a global challenge, though in varying degrees. The Philippines has a history of political dynasties and godfathers. Powerful families control local politics, perpetuating their influence across generations. Italian politics has also seen its fair share of godfathers, especially in regions like Sicily, where the influence of mafia families in elections has been well documented. The politics of Kenya is also replete with influential figures who shape electoral outcomes. These kingpins control party nominations and funding. The consequences, of course, include compromised governance and limited accountability. In 2007, the Human Rights Watch, an international non-governmental organization headquartered in New York, did an in-depth report titled Corruption, Godfatherism, and the Funding of Political Violence, with a focus on Nigeria. I quote, "These godfathers are not mere financiers of political campaigns. Rather, they are individuals whose power stems not just from wealth, but from their ability to deploy violence and corruption to manipulate national, state, or local political systems in support of the politicians they sponsor. In return, they demand a substantial degree of control over the governments they help bring into being, not to shape government policy, but to exact direct financial returns." In my coming book, the chapter on godfatherism is detailed, and I'm exploring the different variants. We can see them on full display even today. There are many examples to cite, from Port Harcourt to Kano. But this morning, I want to illustrate my point with just one variant of godfatherism, from which I draw two examples, one in Oyo State and the second in Anambra State. I have deliberately chosen this variant and the two case studies because we live in a country where collective amnesia has become a common disease. Besides, in the two instances, critical institutions like the legislature and judiciary that should ordinarily serve as bulwarks of democracy became willing tools in the hands of godfatherism to the detriment of the people. Let's start with Oyo State. In 2003, Rashid Ladoja of the PDP defeated then incumbent governor, the late Lam Adesina, who contested on the platform of the Alliance for Democracy. But Ladoja relied heavily on the instrumentality of the late Alhaji Lamidi Adedibu. It didn't take long before things fell apart between the two of them. Adedibu, of course, means no word about his grasp with the former, whom he claimed was collecting 65 million naira as security vote every month. And I'm quoting Adedibu, without giving him, Adedibu, what is considered his fair share. And now this is what Adedibu said. You know that governors don't account for security votes. He, Ladoja, was to give me 15 million naira of that every month. He reneged. Later, it was reduced to 10 million naira, yet he still did not give me. Since Adedibu was not a politician to slide without consequences, what followed was predictable. On 12 January 2006 in Ibadan, 18 of the 32 members of the Oyo State House of Assembly sat in a hotel room and pronounced that the governor had been impeached. This was despite a case filed in court by 3 members of the same house who argued, and quite correctly, that the pro-impeachment members did not have the requisite numbers. With federal might on their side, Ladoja's deputy, the late Alao Akala, was immediately sworn in as Oyo State governor. Although Ladoja challenged the impeachment in court, it took 10 months before he could regain his seat. On November 1, 2006, the appeal court sitting in Ibadan, presided by Justice J.O. Ogebe, threw out the purported impeachment. The court held that it violated Section 188 of the 1999 Constitution, which contains the correct processes for impeaching a governor. After regaining his seat, Ladoja provided insights on the nature of a relationship with Adedibu and the various manifestations of godfatherism. Here is what Ladoja said. 1, Adedibu asked me, "Do you know how to abuse people?" And I said no. Then he asked, "Can you take away your clothes in public and fight?" I said no. Thirdly, he asked, "Can you tell lies against somebody and swear on the Quran and again call witnesses?" Again, I said impossible. Then he said, "Those are the things we always use in politics." Ladoja, of course, refused to speak on the financial agreement he may have had with his then godfather. But his special advisor on security and protocol, Bola Alfonso, inadvertently corroborated Adedibu's claim. Let's put the record straight. I am a living witness to the promise that a certain amount of money will be given Adedibu every month. If any arrangement had been agreed upon, I want to say it would have just been a token, said Alfonso. Because I am sure local government chairman will go there to pay their dues. There is no way commissioners will not go there. There is no special advisor who will not go to him. And even, I am sure civil servants will be going underneath to see Baba. Because he intrigued me, I visited Adedibu a couple of times at his Marete Ibadan residence. And I wrote a couple of columns on him while he was still alive. But Adedibu himself once provided insights on the reward of a godfather. In a 1992 interview with African Concord magazine, Adedibu was asked about the expectation of a godfather. And here is what he said. Let me put it this way. Imagine you lead 5 of your boys for an assignment and you are given 50 naira after you had supervised them to work. You as the leader, if you are wise, will give each of your boys 10 naira at the end of which you will be left with nothing. You now tell them to give you whatever pleases them. At the very least, each will give you 2 naira. That gives you 10 naira, while they will each will be left with 8 naira. Meanwhile, they will still be grateful to you. That is the reward of a kingmaker. The implication here is that the Godfather is not promoting candidates based on platforms, issues, or programs, while concerns about the welfare of the people have nothing to do with what is clearly a mercantile arrangement. By adding the Bush logic also, the kingmaker is supposed to eat more than the king. This arrangement is a recipe for trouble, as we have seen in several theaters across the country in the past 25 years. 2 decades ago, we saw that in the Chris Ngige, Chris Uba, Broglo in Anambra State, which led to massive destruction that in turn made the late Professor Chinua Achebe to reject the national honor conferred on him by President Olusegun Obasanjo. The story can be traced back to 1999, when the late Dr. Chinwoke Mbadinuju became the first governor of Anambra State under the current dispensation. 4 years later, Mbadinuju could not gain a second-term ticket from the PDP, following his inability to keep faith with the agreement he allegedly entered with his godfather, Chief Chris Uba. Instead, Uba adopted Dr. Chris Ngige, for whom he deployed his political machine, both at the PDP primaries and the 2003 election. A few days after Ngige was sworn in, Uba boasted about his power, and this is what he said. It is not just the governor and his deputy that I sponsored. There are also 3 senators, 10 members of the House of Representatives, and 30 members of the House of Assembly. I sponsored them. And for emphasis, he said, this is the first time in the history of Anambra State that one single individual will be putting every public official in the state in power. Less than 2 months in office, Ngige, a city governor, was abducted from government house and moved to a hideout in a made-for-Nollywood drama of infamy that demonstrated the level of decadence in our politics. By Ngige's account, the bone of contention was the demand of 3 billion naira by Chris Uba for his alleged campaign expenses on my behalf, which I turned down. Yet, it was not as if the governor completely shunned his godfather. As Ngige explained at the time, he had already compared the state accountant general to pay Chief Chris Uba 960 million naira upfront to defray the cost of a contract awarded in 1996 during the military era. But that was apparently not enough for his godfather. On 10 July 2003, at the State House of Assembly, then Speaker Mrs. Uchori Asodo read a letter purportedly written by the governor that Ngige had resigned from office on personal grounds. Within minutes, the House of Assembly accepted this resignation and directed the Chief Judge of the state to swear in the Deputy Governor, Okeude, as the new governor. Immediately after the House proceedings, a contingent of policemen arrived at the government house in 3 trucks and whisked away Ngige, who was later cited at his temporary residence at Choice Hotel in Oka, the state capital. Shortly after, Ude addressed the state, claiming to have assumed office to avoid a vacuum and in allegiance to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But all over Nigeria, it was evident that the shoddy drama was playing out in the state. While the whereabouts of the governor could not be ascertained, his special assistant on media and publicity, Fred Chukwulobe, announced that Ngige had not resigned. He said, the governor, Dr. Ngige, has not resigned. The letter purportedly written to the lawmakers is false and not written by him. Dr. Ngige is still the executive governor of Anambra State. Meanwhile, at the hotel where he had been taken, something fortuitous happened to change the course of events. A traditional ruler, Igwe Anugu of Mboku, was passing by when he heard the altercations between Ngige and the security agents who held him captive. The Igwe sought to know from the governor what was going on. I told him, these people said I have resigned when I have not resigned. apparently shocked, the royal father reportedly said, "But we heard on the radio that we have resigned." When Ngige narrated the story, the Igwe made a call to the Second Republic Vice President, the late Dr. Alex Ikweme, and handed his mobile phone to Ngige. That elicited another drama. The security agents attempted to snatch the phone from Ngige. The traditional ruler brought out a pistol. The call with Ikweme did not yield much result. Assisted by the traditional ruler, Ngige made another call, this time to the PDP National Secretary, the late Chief Vincent Ogbulafo. Fortunately for Ngige, Ogbulafo was with the other PDP National Working Committee members at the time. They were all concerned about developments in Anambra State. Ngige shared his harrowing experience in the hands of his godfather. Ogbulafo put his phone on speaker mode so others could join in. The interesting conversation detailed in my coming book is quite revealing of the situation in Anambra State at the time, but a sampler from what Ngige told the NWC members that day. Here Ngige. For the past 2 weeks, Chris Ubau said he wanted to appoint all 11 commissioners, special advisors, ADC, chief detail, secretary to the state government, even rejected the appointment of our personal staff. He said they are not acceptable to him. I do not know why. I told him that I only appointed those we had agreed upon earlier. So I am surprised. Last week, he deployed a permanent secretary in my office without my approval. Before the conversation ended, Ngige pleaded with Ogbulafo and the listening NWC members, "Please keep in touch with me. You know I am not free as I am talking with you." After he regained freedom, Ngige decided to be his own man with public opinion on his side. In revenge, Uba weaponized the Peter Obi case at the tribunal. His supporters testified in court on how they rigged the election. The case went as far as the Supreme Court, but Obi ultimately prevailed and Ngige lost out. The rest, as they say, is history. Now, what can we learn from the foregoing? Godfatherism will not be peculiar to Nigeria since it exists in various forms worldwide. But our experience in the last 25 years should serve as a cautionary tale, urging us to critically examine power dynamics in politics and seek more inclusive alternatives. As we have seen with the primaries of the major political parties, Godfatherism restricts the emergence of credible candidates who can genuinely serve the public. It has also enthroned people who have no business in governance. This is why every hand must be on deck to put a stop to the politics of manipulation and imposition that Godfatherism fosters. No matter how we look at it, Godfatherism stifles democratic goals. When elected officials owe their political success to godfathers, it is no surprise that they get entangled in a constant tug of war between serving the public interest and appeasing their godfathers. This compromises policy decisions, allocation of resources, and the appointment of key officials, all done with the implicit approval of the godfather. If our democracy is to survive and thrive, the task before the present crop of political leaders is to mobilize and collectively fight poverty, ignorance, and underdevelopment. That cannot be done in a milieu where some people invest in politics, not in promotion of the public good, but as a transactional enterprise for which they must reap bountifully and possibly secure the future. Can I take 3 more minutes and I'll be done? The ultimate test of the value of a political system, as Lee Kuan Yew, the founding father of modern Singapore, reminded us, is whether it helps to improve the standard of living for the majority of its people. It is perhaps for that reason that Nigerians have settled for democracy with the belief that they will be better governed and enjoy shared prosperity. Unfortunately, it has not worked that way. With the wave of disenchantment fueled largely by the harsh socio-economic environment that has been compounded by general insecurity, it is important for the authorities at all levels to feel the pulse of the people. As stated earlier, my coming book is not all gloom and doom. It highlights some of the major strides of the last 25 years. But I believe we should not be in denial about some of the issues we may also need to deal with so that our democracy can survive and thrive. Godfatherism is distorting our democracy by limiting the choice of the electorate to favored candidates, allows some people to use the resources of the state to sponsor surrogates, and advancing the preference and interest of the incumbent over and above those of the majority. To change the narrative, political parties have a role to play. Their leadership selection processes must be freer, fairer, and less transactional. Let me now conclude with this story about a traveler who visited a Greek monastery that was perched high on a steep mountain. And the only way to reach the monastery was in a rope basket. With a sense of adventure, the traveler got into the basket. But just as he was about to be taken up the steep cliff, he noticed that the rope lifting the basket was frayed. He asked the monk, "How often do you replace the rope?" Apparently taken aback by the question, the monk responded, "Every time it breaks." Unfortunately, that has been our attitude to democracy in Nigeria. I listened to President Bola Tinubu's democracy speech this morning. He delivered a very powerful message. I like this particular line. The real test of our democracy is whether we shall lower our guards as the shadow of despotism and its evident physical danger fade. That is a very important point, although it must also be noted that lowering the guards can manifest in so many ways. Our first democratic experiment lasted just 6 years. The second attempt was even shorter, 4 years and 3 months. Meanwhile, the third attempt was stillborn. While it is remarkable that the current democratic dispensation in our country has lasted a quarter of a century, we should not wait for the rope to break. I agree with the president that despite all the challenges of recent years, we have kept the military at bay and offer some windows of freedom of expression and other civil liberties. But in the interest of our country, we must find ways to balance political patronage with genuine representation. The only enduring legacy in a democracy is meeting the needs and aspirations of the people, not just that of a privileged few. While it is understandable that those who work must eat, the long-term benefits of building strong institutions far outweigh short-term individual interests. When institutions function effectively, they facilitate investment, innovation, and productivity that benefit all. Conversely, weak or corrupt institutions hinder economic progress. To secure our democracy, all the critical stakeholders must begin to think beyond themselves by placing the people and their welfare as top priority. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause. Fictional, historical, how many? Just, I don't mind chorus answers. Just how many did you count? 5. How many? Any different opinion? 4. I think there were even too many to count, but I do think I remember counting 5 powerful stories, which all had very impactful ideas that we'll continue to think about. Now, I just want us to also, again, I'm accepting chorus answers here, as we do a joint recap of some of the topics we've heard today. So the very first lecture or session we had was titled what? Anyone? Actually, maybe it will not be a chorus answer. Maybe I will task the speaker to give me a gift. Maybe a few tickets to Dubai. For anybody who accurately remembers the topic from the very first session we had, led ably by Mr. Kola Oyineye. Anyone, the topic? Okay, you've gone to Dubai this year. You have gone. Okay. Oh, there's a young lady. Please come, the young girl. Okay, on your seat if you can, you're close enough. What's the topic? That's the topic for today. She has even done more than Dubai because she's given us the title for the entire day. Thank you very much. Thank you. Democracy and the free market economy is what we're talking about today, and that's what all of the sessions from different angles are covering. But specifically, I was asking about Mr. Kola Oyeneye's topic. Anyone? Some people have gone to YouTube to check. Some people must have gone to YouTube to check the bread, the baker, and the bakery. Let us honor the presence of His Excellencies, the Executive Governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, the Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, and the former Governor of Lagos State and Minister of Power Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, SAN. You're welcome, sirs. Please, you may be seated. We shall continue our quiz when the teacher goes. Our very next speaker today is Mr. Olusegun Onigbinde. Segun Onigbinde is an award-winning public data visualization expert and open government advocate. In 2011, he co-founded Budget, Africa's leading fiscal transparency and data visualization organization with presence in 5 African countries, reaching over 25 million citizens, and has also supported over 45 civil society organizations and public institutions. Segun has worked to strengthen fiscal transparency across the continent, building a reputation as an advocate for public sector efficiency, civic innovation, and active citizenship. Mr. Onigbinde is a recipient of over 20 international awards and affiliations, including the World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, Obama Foundation Scholar at Columbia University, Stanford University Draper Hill Summer Fellow, Aspen New Voices Fellow, to mention just a few. An alumnus of the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, he holds an executive certificate from Stanford University, and he's a graduate as well of the Graduate Business School on Social Entrepreneurship, and he's currently a scholar of the International Public Practice at George Washington University. He's an author of The Existential Questions, a narrative of critical decisions required to uplift Nigeria. Segun is married to Oluwaseun Onigbinde, and they are blessed with 3 daughters. Please put your hands together as we welcome the CEO of Budget, Mr. Segun Onigbinde, to the platform.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. And I want to first thank Pastor Pojo Yemadi and Pastor Toyo Yemadi for inviting me once again. The last time I spoke at the platform was 8 years ago. My daughter was born, I think, 2 weeks before, so she's 8 years now. So I always take that as a very strong marker. And I've been attending the platform for quite a while with a friend, Sukomi Agbemeji, the days in TBS. So I'm also a member of the Covenant Nation. So it feels so much at home to speak today. And I'll be speaking a lot about democracy and people. And I know I've loved what Kola said. The climate change work, the great stories of Mr. Adeni But I want to talk to you about a concept that we must take home today. You know, when we talk about democracy, we don't see it from a broad perspective. And the topic for today is really proper because we say democracy and free market economy. And I want to take some principles from the free market economy to bring some understanding of how we should think about democracy. And these principles are not new. I was in a conversation with Dr. Obi Ezekwesili while we were in Berlin for some conversation around that led to the creation of the SPPG. And it was about what you call the trinity of the market system, or what you would call the arometa. You know, I don't want to start doing it incantations. I know that will not be acceptable. But what you call the trinity of the free market system, which you would say in basic economic terms, you have the supply side and the demand side, which means that is what creates a market. But there is always one single element in there, which Kola also mentioned. We talked about must be an institution that is regulating the relationship between the demand side and the supply side. Which means for you to have a functional market, every single element must act responsibly and must act properly if you are going to have a functional democracy. And that same principle you have from the free market is what you get in the democratic system, where citizens, the people of a society, the business-oriented people form the crux of the demand side. They are the ones to ask questions, to make demands, to say no, and to say a whole lot of things, to talk. They are the ones to demand in the democracy. Then you have the supplied services, supplied goods, to supply laws that guide the regulation, how all of this work. Then there is the institution there. And that institution is like HINEC, the police, the military, institutions that are supposed to act as regulating that same space. But what do we have in Nigeria? We have the supply side, which is the government, has tried to take the space of everybody. So you have the institutions are no longer acting as institutions. They act like they are extensions of the government, of the supply side. You have the demand side, even not understanding its own space, what you call civic space in the democracy. It does not own its space. It does not carry its weight. It's fearful. It's challenged. It goes under the rock whenever a single threat or a single case is made against it. So you have that the supply side takes the space of the institutions. That's why you see someone will be a minister and say, oh yeah, stand up, go and bow to the president. And everybody stands up. Not understanding that we are an institution that are supposed to stand independent and our voice is supposed to be strong and regulate the interaction within the space. So when we even talk about why is the dollar strong, why do people believe in the United States? It's not because everybody cares about the president of the United States. It is the strength of the institutions. Institutions where people will look and say, I can't just do this, I have to step aside. I can't just accept this, I can't just do this. And so the abuse of our democracy, or why we have felt our democracy has not worked, is because the institutions that are supposed to regulate the framework of our democracy has been weakened over time. And the reason is we are trying to say we want to defend democracy. We cannot defend democracy. We have to strengthen the institutions of democracy. And until you strengthen the institutions of democracy, it will not work as it should. Until INEC is not just neck, but it is truly independent neck. Until the police understands that I'm not the police of the government, I'm the police of the state. Until the military understands that, well, we have a commander-in-chief, but our loyalty is to the constitution of the country. That is when you say you have a democracy, because everybody in the system lives by the rules. But what everybody else tries to do is to take a step above the rules. I will tell you a small story. I was a technical advisor in the government for 2 weeks, and a lot of people would think I never took that role, and I resigned after some time. You know, I was thrown into the cauldron, you know, and I thought I could not even stay beyond that. And I remember there was a story. I was in my office. The minister created a small office for me, And the DSS officer came to meet me, he says, and he locked the door and he had a gun with him. I was afraid. I said, well, we are in the ministry, so I think I should be safe here a little bit. Then he said, sir, I want to apologize to you. I said, DSS officer, apologize to me. And I forgot to tell you something that you told me to tell you. And this. I said, you can forget. But something dawned in me, and because I was just 2 weeks in that, this is how people think of systems, where the entire architecture of system now grovels to them. And maybe that's where all we want to be. That's why many times when I even walk into the office, the moment in that 2 weeks, everybody is standing up, good morning, sir, good morning, sir, good morning, sir. We have not made institutions work as it should be. And because institutions are not working as it should be, rights and the freedom of people are not protected. So anybody can write a letter to police, and police will arrest the person because he has power, because he's connected. We can't call that democracy. It says man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible, but man's inclination for injustice makes democracy necessary. By Kyle Nibro. And the reason is that for us to protect those freedoms and the rights and the liberties we have in a democracy, it is because institutions work as it should be, because the rights of the people are protected. A few weeks ago, there was a young journalist that wrote a story about the office of the SDG, giving money to a restaurant to build a classroom. The classroom was not built. It was poorly built. And the next thing, without any form of notice, without any level of invitation, this boy was arrested. And for 4 days, we were looking for him. Daniel Lujuku. His mom figured out that he was in Panti, and one day he was found himself in Abuja. And for doing his own constitutional duty, because the Constitution says the media shall continue to hold the government accountable. And the police did not think it through that this is a journalist doing his constitutional duty. And until you now had social media and a whole lot of pressure all around before he was released, that cannot be how we run our democracy. Our democracy must be about protecting the rights and the freedom of people. Because if we cannot talk, we cannot call it a democracy. You don't need a democracy to build roads. You don't need a democracy to build bridges. In fact, Third Mainland Bridge was not built in a democratic setting. Am I right? I mean, how many things have we built that is as big as Third Mainland Bridge? The LNG, that is the biggest driver of dividends for the federal government today, was not built in a democracy. It was not started in a democracy. So China has moved 800 million people out of poverty. They did not have a democracy. So to the idea that you have democracy and it will guarantee development is something that is supposed to be, but it has not been so. But the basics that democracy should give us is that we must be able to have our rights protected and our freedom of speech protected. Because what we have done is that in a proper democratic setting, it should create an opportunity to discuss, like Pastor Poju said, that we can create an accountable system. The reason why democracy does not guarantee development is because it lacks accountability. And believe me, any system that has accountability will get development. Any system where anybody can take $1 billion, $2 billion, $10 billion, put it in his pockets, launder it around systems, that system cannot get development. So you look at Rwanda or you look at China and you say, oh, I love this country. It's because there is accountability. You don't have poor people and rich governments. You don't have everybody changing brand new cars every 4 years. Whereas to change a minimum wage, it takes almost over a year. You don't have the choice of the people because the system is accountable. It gets much more paramount. Roads, schools, hospitals gets much more built. Not people feeling like this is my own time for another level of luxury. And that's why if this democracy would work, it is because it must be founded on equity and accountability. If it's not accountable, if the people have no right to discuss it, to challenge it, to talk about it, we can't get the kind of results that we want. And we are the ones failing at it. Because I've started with an analogy that we have a triangle. We have the demand side, but we are not challenging the system enough. Because at the first instant of pushback, at the first, questioning, we say no, we don't want to talk about it. We say no, my social status will be affected. We say no, my security is not guaranteed. And at the end of the day, everybody chooses to do what they like. I mean, we had an anthem that stood for how many years? And that anthem was changed within 5 hours of debates. Half of the National Assembly members were not even in the room. And we just accepted it. Today I was reading that National Assembly said that same anthem is riddled with errors, grammatical errors. Because we're not questioning anything. A democracy that works must be founded on citizens being vibrant, being open enough to ask bold questions. And if it's also going to work, it also means that accountability will not just start at the top. The biggest mistake we keep making. Accountability will start from the bottom. It will start from the local environment. And the mistake we have made over the years and why we find this defective system and why it has never worked is because our democracy is not local enough. You know, when elections are coming, you know how local things can be. Am I right? There's Ankara, there's soap, there's biscuits, there's to match Gele, Abi. There are songs that you will sing and say, this is nice. There are shirts, everything looks like a fanfare. You know, our democracy is close to babacracy, you know. And if you stretch it, it's like idolatry, you know. People just worship and grovel. And the reality is that we know how to keep it local. We know how to campaign local. Even the places where development did not get to, ballot boxes, they get to the place. Am I right? But the reality is that our democracy is not strong because the local component, which is the local government systems, is extremely weak. The state governments made it weak. They stripped it of independence. They stripped it of certainty. So we don't even know. When you local government chairman, someone can sit in the assembly and say, I've sacked all the local government chairman. Someone does an election and it's my party that is winning every local government positions. And somehow we are not even studying what the local government chairman does. I mean, the same democracy, same presidential system that we copy. If anybody has studied the US presidential system, we know that you likely don't have any business with the federal government except for tax refunds. That's the truth. In the US, why would you have your business with the federal government? Because the school that your children will go to is managed by the local county system. The sanitation program is managed by the local county system. If you're possibly on health insurance, to be the state health insurance program, maybe that the federal government is contributing to. So what is your business? In fact, people will tell you that you're likely, how expensive their house is based on the quality of the schools around it. So even if I live in Banana Island, I cannot send my children to a school around Banana Island. We have built a defective system. And somehow we want it to work. And so the only reason why it must work is that we have to participate in it. Democracy will not work until we participate in it. Democracy will not be effective until we are involved in it. And how do we participate? The reality is that we're not participating because we think when we vote in the election, that's over. But the unfortunate thing about voting is that everybody votes below himself. You know, there was a quote by Chesterton. I've been studying a Catholic philosopher in recent times called G.K. Chesterton. And he spoke about that it's only the minority of a voter that votes. Because a voter might not vote with his head, might not vote with his legs, might only vote with his mouth. What am I going to eat? So the whole of your body is not voting. So it's not just the minority of the electorate voting, it's because the minority part of the voter is what actually goes there. So we know that we even vote. But what do we do beyond voting? And that participation is what is missing. We think participation is meant for civil society organizations. We think participation is meant for activists. We think participation is meant for the media. No. A democracy that is functional means every single person is involved. You speak up, you engage. If I ask a question, how many of you have even tried to write a letter to your State House honorable member? How many of you have even tried, to write a letter to your House of Rep member, say, sir, for this road that is bad, it's a federal road, I want you to pay attention to it. I would prefer that this road is captured into the budget. How many of you have tried to even find out projects in your community in the budget and take an extra 1 hour on every Saturday to say, this is my civic duty Saturday, to find projects in my community, to know the allocations? How many of you know the allocations? Like Kalumojo local government, they get over 10 billion naira every year. We don't pay attention to those things because we passively participate, or we are outsourcing our participation. And that's why I want to push you through that. For our democracy to work, we must build ideal, active citizens. And my work in the last 12 years has been driven about why citizens must step up to do things right. We've created significant tools. My work in the last 10, 12 years is breaking down information, simplifying it, giving it to the people. But how do we make that mainstream? We build solutions. We have a website called Budgets that allows people to access government projects, federal government budget. In fact, we now even simplified it into a dashboard so that I cannot have an excuse that I don't know projects in my community. So you can search in the dashboard and say, I'm looking for this project, this community, under this ministry. And you find it. We even left that. So, okay, maybe that's difficult for you. You can track projects in the project. You can track projects and choose your communities and say, how do I track public projects? How many of you have found, and I know we have a lot of followers on social media too, and a lot of people that use us and they are in the community. How many of us have tried to track public projects to say, this road, I will take a picture and I will make sure that I upload it. I will send a picture of it to say, this school was not properly built. Because what do you get to see? You get to see aberrations in the budget. You get to see like an Institute of Marine and Oceanography that is building classroom toilets. That is Nigeria. You get to see a border communities and development agencies that is building road in an urban center. That has nothing to do with borders. But are we involved? Or how many of us have learned about tracking primary healthcare systems? How many of us have tried to look for our state budget? Because I hear that complaint. There are no state budgets. I cannot see my budgets to track. But there's data for that. In the last 5, 6, 7 years, the World Bank has funded the project called SIFTAS, where they give states money to be more open and accountable, and at 4 states, with the work of people like Budget, to release all their public budget data and their performance report every quarter. And many of us have tried to even go into these platforms and see what is happening in there. Or, the most important part to me is GovSpend that we built, relying on the data from the Accountant General. Every single government spending is on GovSpend. We built that platform to make sure that you can track allocations, not just allocations, actual spending of government, amounts being paid into contractors. Or what we build on mid.budget.com, where you can see allocations, and anybody that follows mid.budget.com knows that you get email alerts every single month once federal allocations are being paid. So you know how much you set your local government, you set your state. So you know how much comes into your state, how much comes into your local government. How many of us have paid attention to things like that? And there are so many tools by Yaga on elections, so many tools by Connected Development or Follow the Money, so many tools built by the civil society to get you involved in democracy. There's Plaque that has a tool called Plaque Bills Tracking Platform, so you can even download bills before they go mainstream. But the reason why this democracy is not working is not because our leaders have issues. They have their issues. But the side of the triangle, the space that we are supposed to occupy as citizens, we have failed to do so. We have left it to a certain set of people. We still assume that we are still in a military era where you require 1 or 2 or 3 people. It's like the Bible, when the Bible says the veil of the temple was torn open, so we all have entrance. That's what democracy gives us. Democracy brings all of us into the play and makes us have a footing to discuss and to build that engagement. But my last point to you today is not just about that. My last point is that we need to build a new cohort of people, a new group of people that are challenging systems. Governor of Anambra is here. where are the people of Anambra that would look at his policies and form themselves into a group and engage him on data, on evidence about what is happening? Lagos, we're all in Lagos. Many of us are paying attention to the budgets, the finances, to allocations in Lagos, and questioning on that. The new cohort of people, which we call community champions, and you can follow us on Instagram, call them community champions _. You would find them there where we are trying to sensitize them that pay attention to how public resources are managed, because that is how we change the system. But beyond that, it means that we must also build a new people that say, a new army of people that does three things: that says it's enough, that asks questions, and says no. There was a story in the last election in the US which underscores the strength of institutions. There's a man who was the Secretary of State of Georgia. His name was Brad Raffensperger. So the President of the United States calls him during the elections. He says, guy, I'm struggling here. They're doing electoral votes counting. And it's a redacted call. I just need 11,000 votes somehow. 11,076 votes. If I get it, I'm sure I will be there, I will be close. Because you know how electoral system works in America, it's by collegiate votes. And the guy told him, no. We had an Abia State rec that said no. We had an Adamawa rec that sat in the middle of military people and police and everybody, and he said, yes. Democracy must be about a quantum of people saying no. How many of us will say no to corruption? How many of us will say no to abuse? How many of us will say no to waste? I spoke to a government institution a few days ago and says, can we have your honorarium? I said, I don't take honorarium from government. I said, I don't. And many times I've gone to see government people and everybody wants to try to give you an envelope and say thank you. I said, no, I don't take it. You can give that back to a lot of people who need it more. You can put that money to buy an extra another box of books. Because we have a lot of people who don't say no. We have an anthem, we could not say no. We have an EIA, we have a project that is $1 trillion project, no EIA report that is public. I mean, Heathrow, they are trying to add a runway for almost decades now. And the people in the community said, no. We are not going to add that runway because we have had enough in that environment. Because that is democracy. If it is not participatory, if it doesn't aggregate the voices of the people in the process, it is not democracy. And as you know that we are 25 years in, we can no longer call ourselves a nascent democracy. A 25-year-old baby is no longer nascent. He can get pregnant, am I right? And he can have a whole full baby. So we are coming to a point where we are adulting already as a democracy. So it's extremely important that we step up into our role as active citizens. What Nigeria is not in short of ethical, active citizens who are courageous and bold enough to say no, who are asking the right questions, not just us going on social media. I see a lot of people say we are emotive, we're very emotional. I love it. It gives oxygen to the system. But let our emotion be driven by evidence. Let it be driven by data, so that we can actually build a system that is effective and that works. I want to share to you that in a democracy, there is nothing about democracy with too much institutions. The stronger the institutions of a democracy, the better it is. But democracy with too much government will lead us to tyranny. A democracy with too much citizens' power may lead us to anarchy. What we need is institutions regulating that system, and for citizens owning their space, standing their ground with a multitude that is huge and bold and courageous enough in trying and in difficult times to say no. Thank you very much.
you can say, no, I deserve more. So another round of applause for him, please. Thank you for the powerful work that you have done and you continue to do through the technology platforms you've created. Our next speaker is Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. Before I read his profile, let me also say that some people online are really looking forward to this presentation. I have seen comments to that effect. Born in 1967 in Guaranga, Bogoro, Bauchi State, his quest for higher education, public good, and the pursuit for excellence took him to the University of Jos, where he obtained a Bachelor of Laws degree. Dogara then attended the Nigerian Law School in Lagos, after which he was called to the Nigerian bar. Additionally, he holds a master's degree in international commercial law from Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, Scotland. Dogara's professional career began in the legal field. He practiced law with notable legal firms, gaining a reputation for his legal acumen. He also served as a special assistant to the Minister of State for Transport. Yakubu Dogara ventured into politics in the early 2000s. He was elected into the House of Representatives in 2007 to represent Bogoro Das, Tafawa Balewa Federal Constituency of Bauchi State. He rose to become the Speaker of the House in 2015. He was elected as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, a position he held until 2019. His tenure as Speaker was marked by efforts to reform the legislative process and enhance the efficiency of the House. As Speaker, Dogara was instrumental in passing several key legislations and championing reforms in the legislative process. His leadership style was characterized by a commitment to transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. He played a significant role in advocating for the independence of the legislature and strengthening democratic institutions in Nigeria. After serving as Speaker, Dogara continued to be an active voice in Nigerian politics. He remained involved in various political and social initiatives, contributing to discussions on national development, governance, and policy reforms. Coming from a farming community, Honorable Dogara developed a strong interest in agriculture since his childhood. Thus, since the 1990s, he ventured into a large-scale agriculture commitment in his home state, Bauchi, FCT, and Nasarawa State. His farms employ over 200 workers directly, while hundreds of others make a living from services offered to the farm. In his plantation, he cultivates banana, mango, lemon, pawpaw, cashew, and many others. He also has ventures in fisheries, poultry, animal husbandry, rice farming, vegetables, using greenhouse technology, among others. His farm also produces special species of rice and flour. Yakubu Dogara is married to Mrs. Gimbaya Yakubu Dogara, and they are blessed with children. His personal life reflects his commitment to his faith and community service, often participating in and supporting various philanthropic activities. Please join me with a standing ovation as we welcome the Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara to the platform, Nigeria.
Oh, okay. My mic is working. Please kindly take your seats. Permit me, first of all, to recognize my leaders. His Excellency, Professor Charles Soludo is here. He's a professor of economics. My leader, or my former leader, because he has abandoned me for quite a long time, Governor Babatunde Rajafashola, the ever-a-billion Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, our leader, our father in the vineyard, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the convener of today's event, the man who has chosen that we should celebrate democracy on Democracy Day, Pastor Poju, and his lovely wife, Toyin. Thank you for inviting us here to talk about democracy and the promise it offers. When I got this invitation, I had to sit down just yesterday to be deliberate about what I want to say here, because I want to run away from excuses that perhaps I said something off the hook. That was why I made a mistake. So I decided to put my thoughts on paper so that everyone will know that I've given it some kind of deliberative attention. So if you indulge me or permit me, I will go ahead and walk you through my thoughts. First of all, I wish to express my profound appreciation to the leadership of Covenant Nation, the organizers of today's event, which marks the 12th, as I understand, edition of the platform, for affording me the opportunity of participating in the capacity of a guest speaker. May I also commend the organizers for their diligence in the choice of the theme, democracy and the free market economy, underpinning the importance of deepening our democracy and its tools on a day we have chosen to celebrate our return to democracy after years of military dictatorship. Introduction and definition of key concepts. Reading or listening through the news these days is easy for one to despair about the state of our democracy relating to its failure to protect our economic and social rights. Of course, that was spoken to by the last speaker. More than 2 decades of unbroken democracy has not resulted in adequate security of lives and properties of our citizens, quality infrastructure, decent employment, access to qualitative education, health, shelter, food, and water, nor afforded the generality of our people adequate standard of living. These are the economic and social rights. They enable people to live with dignity and participate fully in society. I believe these are the factors that necessitated the choice of today's theme, democracy and the free market economy, which is apt in the sense that when citizens lack access to their economic and social rights, they cannot fully participate in civic life and therefore cannot do the work of democracy. But we must thank God for the freedom, at least, not to take our democracy for granted, and to be able to engage, as we're doing today, in open conversation about the near total absence of these rights that empower citizens of democracy, utilizing the freedom democracy offers to build the kind of society that better meets their needs and aspirations. Without sounding very academic, it is obvious that my speech will not be complete without understanding some basic concepts relevant to today's theme. Talking about democracy, what therefore is democracy? And how has it evolved over the years? It seems from available evidence that there are no settled definitions of democracy. Historically, democracy comes from the Greek word demos, meaning people, and kratos, meaning rule. It is thus a system of government in which the people rule. Democracy also has roots in the Magna Carta, the Great Charter of 1215. That was the first document to challenge the authority of the English king. subjecting him to the rule of law and protecting his people from feudal abuse. In modern era, perhaps the most popular definition of democracy is credited to Abraham Lincoln, the former president of the United States, in his Gettysburg Address, where he described democracy as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It was also Winston Churchill, the former British Prime Minister, who remarked that democracy is the worst form of government, except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. In our context, the Britannia Online description of democracy, to my mind, is perhaps a good foundation of understanding the different strands of democracy. Thus, it provides that the term has three basic senses in contemporary usage. It refers, number one, a form of government in which the right to make political decisions is exercised directly by the whole body of citizens acting under procedures of majority rule, usually known as direct democracy. Two, it's a form of government in which the citizens exercise the same right, not in person, but through representatives chosen by and responsible to them, known as representative democracy. Number three is a form of government, usually a representative democracy, in which powers of the majority are exercised within a framework of constitutional restraints designed to guarantee all citizens the enjoyment of certain individual or collective rights, such as freedom of speech, religion, known to all of us as liberal or constitutional democracy. In the case of Nigeria, it wouldn't be out of place to proceed that ours is a constitutional democracy. That Nigeria is a democracy is even expressly stated in the Constitution itself. In this section 14, subsection 1 of the Constitution provides that the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be a state based on the principles of democracy and social justice. Now, free market economy. What does it mean? Professor of economics is here. I wish he had spoken before me. A free market is said to be a type of economic system that is controlled by the market forces of supply and demand, as opposed to a regulated by government controls. Its opposite on the spectrum is the command economy, where a central government agency plans the factors of production and use of resources and set prices. In a purely free market, buyers and sellers arrive at prices based only on supply and demand. As such, buyers and sellers compete with one another among each other to pay the lowest price, that is for buyers, or to receive the highest price, that is for sellers. How free markets can motivate individuals acting in their own self-interest to produce what is socially and societally necessary was what Adam Smith, the father of modern economics, referred to as the invisible hand in his famous work, The Wealth of Nations. In a free market, undertakings, by undertakings I mean organizations doing business, can be even a one-man business. Undertakings are owned by private individuals who are free to trade contracts with each other without any let or hindrance. Undertakings sell goods and services at the highest price consumers are willing to pay, while workers earn the highest wages companies are willing to pay for their services. Free market economy is characterized by private ownership of resources, thriving financial markets, and most importantly, the freedom to participate. But in reality, the idea of a purely free market is utopian. No country on earth runs a purely free market. Most countries' economies contain elements of both free market and command economies, some sort of combination of markets and regulation with different countries falling at different places on the spectrum. According to the Heritage Foundation's 2022 Index of Economic Freedom, Singapore's economy is considered the freest, followed by Switzerland and Ireland. The United States, with its much touted democracy and openness, ranks just 25th on the list, and understandably with Venezuela and North Korea ranked last in terms of economic freedom. Now the promise of democracy. It is said that the promise of democracy is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. According to Thomas Jefferson, these are God-given rights. Therefore, it is not enough to be alive and free in a democracy. One must also be engaged in the pursuit of happiness in order to be said to enjoy the promise of democracy. The 2022 Multi-Dimensional Poverty Index survey for Nigeria reveals that 63% of persons living in Nigeria, approximately 133 million people, are multi-dimensionally poor. That being the case, we can say without the fear of any contradiction that our democracy is not working for majority of our citizens. This is because although they are alive and free, they lack the means with which to pursue happiness. Poverty is a greater threat to democracy than weak institutions that the speaker before me has spoken about, simply because it deprives poor citizens not only of their political voice, but prevents them from holding their governments accountable, thereby shattering public trust in the emerging institutions of democracy. The challenge before us now is how to utilize our democratic rights to build an all-inclusive economy that empowers an overwhelming majority of our people to unleash their full potentials. So, if that were to work, we must never stop putting pressure on government to set clear targets and monitor progress when it comes to addressing the causes of poverty, because poverty, though experienced by individuals, is created by powerless systems that fail to protect citizens and their rights to a decent standard of living. When the right systems are in place, recent experience has shown that a nation can pull hundreds of millions of its citizens out of poverty. After 40 years of policy implementations and effective governance, China has successfully lifted 770 million of its citizens out of poverty. And India, too, has revealed that nearly 250 million people have been lifted out of multi-dimensional poverty. With purposeful leadership in Nigeria, I dare say that we can achieve that. We can make our democracy work. Unfortunately for us, Nigeria is in a demographic transition with a major problem, which is our population curve has far outpaced the hope and opportunity curve, leaving us with no option than to expand our economic space if we must save our democracy. Unfortunately, the youth bulge has turned out not a blessing, as it is only producing disaffected rebels instead of productive laborers. There is no Nigerian out there that doesn't want change, but the problems are so consuming and absorbing that we fail to articulate what changes we need to adopt. Most times, we fail to realize that the heart is more important than the brain. While people know what they are against, the majority don't know what they are for. So change to me, therefore, is not about what you are prepared to abandon. It is about what you are prepared to embrace. I've realized that apportioning blame is not a solution anywhere. In as much as I don't want you to trust me to land the plane when it comes to proffering economic solutions, as I have seen countless first-class economists in CBN and other financial institutions in Nigeria doing so much over the years, but not getting anything done. It is like they have always sailed on a clear boat. I wouldn't even bother talking about how we got here, because that is a discussion that saturates the media space. But permit me to bore you with what I consider commonsensical solutions to some of our nagging economic challenges. And I say this from my heart. I think the most critical challenge the economy is faced with now is the crisis of foreign exchange, Forex or FX, as they call it. This is by far the major malaise afflicting our economy at the moment. In June 2023, the CBN undertook a critical policy decision to implement a new foreign exchange policy that provides for a unified and free floating exchange rate. This means that the exchange rate of the local currency to the USD and indeed to all other currencies will henceforth be based on freely priced transactions between willing buyers and willing sellers. Since then, the Naira has depreciated against the USD in both the official and parallel markets. This has seen the value of the Naira cascading to a near-death downward spiral in the parallel market, where it has lost more than 100% of its value. Governments all over the world are tasked with strengthening the value of their national currencies for obvious reasons, including but not limited to the following. 1, strong currencies increases the purchasing power of citizens and enterprises in the country. 2, the stronger a currency, the more likely the surge in investors' confidence, because foreign investors make rational choices and are more inclined to invest in countries with strong currencies as they stand to gain higher returns on their investments when converted back to their home currencies. A strong currency is frequently associated with stability and prosperity. In other words, it determines the health of a nation's economy. As we can see, a strong currency creates humongous surface level and nuance advantages for citizens. So many reasons have been adduced by pundits to be responsible for FX rate instability in Nigeria, which to my mind are just a complete technical application of economic theories that do not capture the essence or the reality of the situation on the ground. I agree with the slogan that we must transform to thrive by transitioning from a consuming economy to a producing one. That is rational, but it is not the cause of our FX volatility. I believe the Naira is grossly undervalued. I don't know what the professor thinks about that, but I sincerely believe that the Naira, as it stands today, is grossly undervalued. This is because the most productive nations are not necessarily the nations with the strongest currencies. China is a perfect example. Take a look at the West African CFA franc countries. What are they producing and exporting relative to Nigeria? Why does CFA seem immune from the volatility our Naira suffers? What can we find in economic theory that justifies the strength of the CFA against the Naira? What was Nigeria producing in General Abacha's days, or Presidents OBJ and Jonathan days, when Naira was a bit stronger and stable, that we are not producing now? I think the only inflection point we witnessed was due to the advent of the BVN, which crippled the ability of corrupt officials and other shady characters to keep their loot in anonymous bank accounts. Almost all ill-gotten money is stashing USD in private vaults as the naira is too bulky to warehouse. The initial withdrawal of such funds from the banking system was what triggered the first wave of the hyper demand for USD. Therefore, I'm of the firm belief that our insatiable appetite for USD is what is killing the naira. Believe it or not, nearly all big ticket deals and transactions, both legitimate and shady, are closed in USD in Nigeria. Just find out, there's no hefty bribe that is not paid for in USD. Some schools in Nigeria charge fees in foreign currencies, and even our most valued export is paid for in USD. So to me, wittingly or unwittingly, the USD is our currency of choice. And as long as we don't kill our appetite for USD, the demand for USD will always outstrip its supplies. Economist theorists can say anything. I don't believe it because it has never worked in our own case. The truth is that as we speak, Nigerians have lost faith in the naira, honestly speaking, as a store of value. And that faith cannot be restored anytime soon. Even the average Nigerian investor is now thinking of how to invest in ventures that will bring in USD returns. PMB's currency swap with China didn't work out for obvious reasons. The euro, a very stable currency, has also been around for many years, but is still unable to replace the USD. It is better to tell ourselves the home truth. The USD is not going away anytime soon. The challenge before the government is how to unlock and make the USD locked up in private vaults in Nigeria begin to chase the naira. That, to me, is the commonsensical solution. I believe we have enough dollars in this country that we can unlock to make our economy work and to crash the FX rate. I believe so. So to achieve this by far the most important aspect of my presentation. They may be controversial, but honestly, I don't care. To achieve this, the government must demand that all Nigerian exports, including crude oil exports, be paid for in naira. Just as we don't pay for any imports into Nigeria from any country in naira, it's not too much to demand that. 2, government should raise loans from Nigerians with large FX holdings by applying moral suasions. As we all know, Nigerians at home and abroad are said to hold substantial amount of FX in domestic and foreign domiciliary accounts, which are currently idle. For Nigeria to reach some understanding with holders of these funds, 2 conditions must be made. Propose that the government should be able to build trust and engender confidence in the economy, and the holders of the funds are sufficiently incentivized to act. The incentives will have to be agreed upon mutually. For example, no one is compelled to disclose the source of their FX, and B, government provides sovereign guarantees to repay on agreed terms. Now, government should improve inward remittances of funds by Nigerians in the diaspora. Diaspora funds are excellent and reliable source of funding development in several developing and emerging market economies. There are said to be between 5 and 15 million Nigerians in the diaspora with remittances in excess of 20 billion USD. This is more than 80% of our federal government's budget. However, these funds do not go through the proper channels, and the CBN is unable to reap the benefits of foreign currency transfers. Again, Nigeria must make an attractive value proposition to its citizens abroad to engender their confidence and attract remittances through proper channels. Now this is the controversial one. And I say government through credible intelligence generated by security agencies ought or should know those individuals in Nigeria who have taken advantage of the system and they have idle USDs stashed in their private vaults. Such individuals should be offered the incentives I talked about in paragraph 2 above, and should they fail to respond, it is my considered opinion that Mr. President should invoke and apply the MBS solution. We know what MBS solution is. Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia. No one who has taken advantage of the system should have the liberty to store in excess what his or her country desperately needs in order to lift millions of its people out of multi-dimensional poverty. Mr. President must be told that nothing done to afflict the comfortable in order to comfort the afflicted and heal our economy qualifies as a vice. Likewise, comforting those who have put our economy on a chokehold by taking unfair advantage of the system is not virtue. If the current downward spiral of the Naira is not arrested, I fear we may get to a point where we will have to ditch the Naira altogether. And Nigerians at that point won't mind and bother where their CBN headquarters is in London, Washington, Brussels, or Beijing, provided their currency is very strong. May God forbid that. After fixing the FX conundrum, the next thing is to formalize our informal sector. It's called broadening the tax nets. We all know how that will impact government revenue and stimulate economic growth if the process are well invested. Government will also create and deploy a robust ecosystem of micro, small, and medium enterprises to create millions of jobs, fuel high economic growth, build our foreign reserves, and strengthen our currency. I suggest the country should be subdivided into strategic economic zones according to the natural economic endowment of each part of the country. The North should be an agro-allied zone to concentrate on massive commercial farming involving sustainable transformation from rain-fed to irrigated agriculture and manufacturing and supplies of agricultural plants and machinery, food processing, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The South is to concentrate on industrial activities such as currently exist in Aba and Nnewi, which that part of the country is well known for. Car manufacturing, shoes, clothing, machine tool industries, and other manufacturing activities. The South-South and Delta regions, petrochemical zone, oil and gas-related industrial activities. The Southwest, heavy industries, shipping, high-tech, AI, cocoa, commerce, etc. Now, technology and innovation incubation centers, hubs, and accelerators should be established or boosted all across the country, congruent to the strategic endowment of each part of the country. This would enable more specialized MSMEs to sprout and thrive. Government should provide or boost startup grants for promising inventions, innovation, as is currently being done in the US and other countries. Promising inventions then would present opportunities for private investors, both foreign and domestic, to invest and scale this up into profitable ventures. In order to ignite, energize the spirit of creativity and entrepreneurship, especially among the youth, the government should establish a prestigious annual Invention and Innovation Award to be presented by the President every June 12. If this is agreed upon, a Democracy Day would no longer be a day in which we simply mark the return to civil rule, but a day to celebrate innovation and progress. Focus on export manufacturing. Our development policy should mimic the already tried and tested East Asian export-driven model. used by Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, and later copied with phenomenal success by China. Nigeria has an abundance of cheap labor right now, which it could use to produce and manufacture labor-intensive exportable goods and services, those providing employment to teeming unemployed youth. The ME's ecosystem will thrive on this as well. Just as China and India did, foreign companies who wish to market high-volume consumables in Nigeria, including those who hitherto are used to manufacturing and dumping large volumes of their products into our country, should be asked to manufacture those products right here in Nigeria by way of foreign direct investment. This will give employment to a large number of unemployed youths, graduates. Manufacturing within the country will no doubt upgrade our local managerial skills, in addition to enabling technology transfer into our country. This strategy is what enabled China and other East Asian economies, and also India, to acquire technological and managerial skills, making them today globally competitive. This strategy too would invariably lead to the growth of a small and medium-scale enterprises ecosystem. Government policy in the area of education should emphasize the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths education. It is this strategy which has seen China, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and Singapore leading the world and about to overtake the United States in the area of high-tech and AI. In the area of infrastructure, a whole lot needs to be done. The most obvious areas of needs, what we can call mission-critical areas, are roads. We all know that. We should build roads that last a minimum of 10 years, connecting key cities and strategic regional, industrial, and economic zones. Same with railroads. Concession these railways. Concession these out to qualified foreign and domestic companies. Dredging our inland waterways. Just think of the new towns, cities, holiday resorts, industrial parks, and tourism activities that this will enable to emerge among those waterways, along those waterways corridor. Power, of course, without power, efforts to industrialize will continue to be a pipe dream. I'm happy the former Minister of Power is here, so he can address that. In closing, permit me to counsel that we must learn to walk circumspectly in the midst of the noise in Nigeria. As all healthy democracies are noisy, what is happening in Nigeria is therefore not unusual, because that must be the case when the culture of democracy takes root. The free press, democratic election, parliamentary debates, civil society activities, labor unions, conflict, compromise, consensus are all entrenched parts of a vibrant democratic culture. We must understand the responsibility of freedom, which means that we are free not to be irresponsible as citizens of democracy. No democracy anywhere has ever licensed its citizens to be their worst selves. Only fascism does that. We must therefore deploy our democratic rights to build rather than to destroy. For progress to be made, we must creatively create a reward system that works only for citizens who are bakers, not those that are hunters. By that I mean those rent seekers, masquerading as businessmen and women who now promiscuously litter our economic space. If Nigeria keeps holding on to what is normal, it will keep letting go of what is possible. We must never lose sight of the fact that scientists built the Titanic while amateurs built the Earth. But the Titanic couldn't survive a collision with an iceberg, while the Ark defied the global floods. The fight to rebuild our faltering economy is our collective fight. We must lead the way. The government must lead the way by being very aggressive in the pursuit, design, and implementation of appropriate policies that will give birth to a robust ecosystem of MSMEs all over the country. Finally, we must learn as Nigerians to resist the temptation to define our happiness as the other group's unhappiness. And we must tame our misdirected rage as government that we wrongly believe is big enough to solve all our problems, but is unable to do so. The sooner we accept the fact that our government is limited, and therefore limited in what it can do for us as individual citizens, the better for us. As difficult a message to sell, but that is the raw truth. Thank you for listening. May God bless you, and may God bless our country, Nigeria.
Please don't stop clapping. Priceless about the perspectives and the insights of a man or a woman who has faithfully served the government as a public servant and is now on this side, working actively in nation building. And we would do well to consider those insights, whether we are in the public sector or the private sector, regardless of how controversial they may be. I've even seen some people online suggest that we take the conversations further by developing drones that have the ability to hover around certain households, detecting where dollars are buried. Our next speaker today is Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka. Matthew Hassan Kuka is the Bishop of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Sokoto, a capacity in which he has served since 2011. Bishop Kuka is a graduate of philosophy and theology from St. Augustine Major Seminary, Jos, a graduate of the University of Ibadan, and was ordained a Catholic priest in 1976. Bishop Kuka holds a master's degree in peace studies from the University of Bradford, UK, a PhD from the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies. He was also a senior Rhodes Fellow at Oxford University between 2002 and 2003, as well as an Edward Mason Fellow at the Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. Bishop Kuka has vast years of working experience within the church, in the academia, and as a respected statesman. His duty as a statesman spans several years and administrations in Nigeria with several notable assignments. He is the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council at Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Please join me with a warm applause as we welcome once again to the platform, Nigeria, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please. The governor of Anambra was already complaining that he's standing for... You are already complaining for all this clapping. Let everybody sit down. I know you are ready to sit down already. Honestly, Speaker Dogara, I want to thank you personally. You take the cake. And what you have said literally covers what needs to be said, in part because you had not just the theoretical presentation, but also you spent a bit of time telling the very difficult stories. And I fully support the suggestion, if such technologies are available. If there are drones that can go round and round and find out who has what, because there must be a way of trying to resolve this problem. Pastor Poju, thank you very much. Don't mind what your wife told you. She wasn't, it's not exactly what I told her. She gave you an edited version. But fellow speakers, it's really an honor and a privilege for me to be here. you will say, okay. And even there was talking about the demand side of economics. But if you come from the part of Nigeria that I come from Kaduna State, and I come from the southern part of Kaduna State. And I don't know what demanding is, because we've been demanding for ever since the Kaduna State was created. Okay? We've been demanding from successive governments even a sign of physical presence. Okay? There isn't across the whole of southern Kaduna, not a single sign of federal presence. So I hear you about demand, but you know, my friend, the Bishop of Nsukka, with whom we share a lot, Bishop Ona, he told me a story about a common story in bush, that the animals gathered. I don't know whether it was an elephant that died, and they gathered to share the elephant. And the tortoise from somewhere said, I must get the thigh of this elephant. And they looked at him, and the lion said, please, excuse, who made that demand? And they said, it is tortoise. He said, tortoise, you are asking for the thigh of... If you get the entrails, that's what we're going to give you. The entrails, that's what we're going to give you. So tortoise said, actually, that's what I wanted. But if I didn't ask for the thigh, I would not even get the entrails. Some of us have, Labour started asking for the thigh. By asking for... my friends in Labour asked for the thigh. They asked for 1 million naira minimum wage. And the president has already committed himself to solving the problem. And he, as he said in his speech today, has come from a background of labor. And I think with himself and people like Adams Oshimole and a few labor activists, our problems should be on the way to being solved. But let me read out a quotation which will surprise you. It's a text. It says, it is true that there is worldwide economic recession. However, in the case of Nigeria, its impact was aggravated by mismanagement. The situation could have been avoided if the legislators were alive to their constitutional responsibilities. The legislators were preoccupied with determining their salary scales, fringe benefits, and unnecessary foreign travels. As a result, our inability to cultivate the financial discipline and prudent management of our economy, we have come to depend largely on internal and external borrowing to execute government projects. The corrupt, inept, and insensitive leadership in the last years have been a source of immorality and impropriety in our society. We shall do our best. "25 years of quote-unquote uninterrupted democracy. And we are anxious about the things we've not done. And we're also anxious about why we've not succeeded. The American elections are coming up in November. Exactly 245 years since America elected their first president in 1789. It is to make the point that democracy is not an event. Democracy, the way we understand it, I mean, there's a lot of anxiety across the board, and I think all the speakers have said what needs to be said. There's no need, except for me to try and just take you back a little bit, because I prefer to take a fairly historical view, because too many of us are too careless about our expectations. And it's legitimate to have expectations, but those expectations must be founded on reality. Professor Huntington, the famous American professor, was actually my teacher. He did say something, that there were three waves of democracy. Democracy in the 19th century, which is the wave that took America and other countries, and then the post-World War II wave, which took most of the countries in Europe, and then, of course, the third wave happened in 1970, that saw Africa, Asia, and Latin America becoming democratic, or at least embracing the principles of democracy. But as you see, across Africa, democracy has been manifested in different shapes and in different forms. And like Speaker Dogara said, Churchill's statement, the worst form of government except for others. But I think what is missing in our conversation is that unlike Europe, where the principles of democracy were founded on the thinking of several philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Hegel, John Locke, the whole lot. Our democracy has paid very little attention. It's not been the subject of a very serious intellectual. We've been involved in intellectual conversations about democracy. But modern Western liberal democracy, as we understand it today, benefited extensively from the work of people like St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas. It is also quite significant that Joe Biden, even in his presidential address, had to quote St. Augustine. And it means, therefore, that it is the teachings and the philosophies and the theology of some of these scholars that laid the foundation for what we call democracy today. Unfortunately, our democracy is in recession, is in decline, precisely because it is evident to us that what we are working with is not something that has come from our own historical, cultural, or even anthropological experiences. But having said that, even after embracing democracy, it must be clear to us that there are different ways of talking about democracy. There are different models of democracy. The British left us with the Westminster parliamentary system. We quarreled with it, and then we decided we wanted the American presidential system. Of course, I was secretary of the Political Reform Conference in 2005, when the discussion went on about term limits. And there was so much anxiety, almost like there are the kind of anxieties that Nigerians have. You know, we have Nigerians can't think beyond a particular period. Right now, our obsession with politics is 2027. That's where, if you tell Nigerians about what might happen in 2040 or in 2050, Nigerians don't want to hear that. So all our plotting, all our scheming is what is going to happen in 2027. I read a book early in the year, which I think if you can find it, please read it. The title of the book is The 100-Year Marathon. Now, the subtitle is China's Secret Plan to Rule the World. And it's a fascinating book because it talks about the fact that after the Communist Party won elections in 1949, the Chinese now decided to put a plan in motion in which the plan is 100 years old, from 1949 to 2049. And China's plan within that period of time is to be the greatest nation in the world. I don't have to tell you where China is now. It was very interesting. I flew Air Peace yesterday, and it was very nice to see a Chinese air hostess speaking very, 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 very good Nigerian English. But it tells you that if we are going to go on the path of democracy, there needs to be some kind of clarity about really what are we looking at. Now, while we were debating term limits, for example, I remember that time Tony Blair was Prime Minister. if you remember, he was prime minister for 10 years. Margaret Thatcher was prime minister for 11 years. Lee Kuan Yew, people speak eloquently about Singapore. But Lee Kuan Yew became president, I think, in 1968 or 69 or thereabout, a prime minister. And he remained so consistently. He conducted elections and won elections. The party he founded, People's Action Party, is still the party that is in power today. Party is still in power. Now, what people don't remember about Lee Kuan Yew, and everybody, and the speaker made mention of that country, but it also speaks to other issues. Because Lee Kuan Yew studied in Cambridge and got a first class. His son, who just stepped down now as prime minister, went to Cambridge, he got a first class. Lee Kuan Yew's wife went with him to Cambridge. She also got a first class. So the quality of his imagination, and immediately he became prime minister, the first thing he did was to go to Harvard, where young people like Kissinger were just young lecturers. He established a relationship with them. And from there, they led him to Washington. But one of the critical things that Lee Kuan Yew did, which I think should speak to the reason why democracy is failing so badly in Africa and across, I speak of Africa, is that Lee Kuan Yew identified the public service as the most important vehicle of governance. And so if you got a first class in Singapore, you went to the public service. If you did very well, you went to the public service. And he so incentivized civil service that it became the place to go to. So the salaries of civil servants in Singapore was 80% more than what people were getting in the private sector. Now in Nigeria, if somebody wants to marry your daughter and comes your daughter tells you, the guy I want to marry is working in the ministry. I'm sure you can know that is a no-brainer. It's most likely your prospective father-in-law will look the other way. So it is not so much, and those of you, I'm sure, Fashola, I always like to call you Dr. Fashola. I think you eminently deserve more than that. They will speak to some of those people, those people who have had the experience and the exposure. There is not so much the kind of things that government wants to do. Every governor, every president is full of good intentions. The question is, what is the quality of the container, the quality of the conveyor belt for carrying the good wishes of government? And because we have a thoroughly corrupt civil service, the result is that no matter the vision, no matter the dream, because we tend to focus on what president is not doing, what governor is not doing, we are forgetting the quality of those who are conveying the intentions of government. So it's to make the point that when somebody like Lee Kuan Yew stayed for that, he conducted elections. He won elections over a 30-year period. Putin is over 20 years president. We don't know when he's going to go. Museveni, we are celebrating 25 years. Museveni has been in power for about 38 years now. He started in 1986. We have no idea when he's going to go. Nigerians are quite shameless, especially the Nigerian elite. I don't know what Nigerians were thinking when they started visiting South Africa for holidays. And they still go to South Africa for holidays. And they probably have houses in South Africa. But which South Africa are you adoring? Is it the one that was built by apartheid or the South Africa of today? Nigerians are heading to, the criminals have so much money. They'll go to anywhere they hear there is a good place. Nigerians are now shamelessly going to Rwanda. And they come back telling stories about Rwanda. But which Rwanda do you want to be in? Is it the Rwanda in which you can contest elections here in Nigeria, you can fight, you can go to the Supreme Court? Tell me who has stood in front of Paul Kagame and is still standing to talk. So we need to make a point about what exactly do we want. Paul Biya has been president of Cameroon since 1982. Mbasogo has been president for 43 years now, he's still president. Sassou Nguesso is still there since 1979. He's been in power for 38 years. I'm therefore making the point, and I think somebody made the point, that there's a correlation between a certain kind of stability and development. It depends though. But the volatility in our system suggests that we need to be a little bit more calm. And I think, again, the speaker before me made that point very well. So the situation in which we are all quarreling with the quality of the tools that we are working with doesn't address the issue. Professor Soludo is here. He's been governor of Central Bank, now governor. Fortunately, there are no governors in the Catholic Church. Otherwise, maybe from here you would be. But he has enough experience and he's going to address some of the issues that need to be addressed. But Martin Wolf, who was, he worked with the Financial Times, he's written a very beautiful book, The Crisis Around Liberal Democracy. Liberal capitalism. And he makes the point that the beauty about economy is that it's a marketplace. And a marketplace is beautiful because it's a place of choice. But the truth of the matter is that when Adam Smith made the point about the invisible hand of the market, well, only spirits are invisible. But it also speaks to the fact that the market cannot be, the invisible hand cannot regulate, the market. Please, can you have the video? Can you play that video of Mr. Gecko? Please, just listen a minute to this video. Just listen, just 1 minute.
Mark the upward surge of mankind and greed, you mark my words, will not only save Teldar paper, but that other malfunctioning corporation called the USA. Thank you very much.
I love this video. It's a film called Wall Street. And it speaks about what happens, because the collapse of the world economy in 2008, it has left very interesting dimension. But one of the very interesting things is that Wall Street, which is really the temple of the world economy of the world, is that after this collapse of the world economy, hundreds, millions of Americans became, homeless. Its impact reverberated across the world. But the very interesting thing is that nobody, not one single person from Wall Street is in prison. Now, Michael Douglas there talks about the glory of greed. And the issue that the speaker spoke about, the challenge for many countries in Africa, beginning with Nigeria, is how do you restrain the greed of the political elite? Not only the political elite, but the greed and the appetite of ordinary Nigerians. Because it is feeding this beast that has made it impossible for this country to grow. And of course, when people talk about labor asking for 60,000 naira, the government says it's unable to pay. Well, economists talk about what they call incentive compatibility. We cannot talk about people being corrupt when it is clear to us that the incentives for doing the right thing doesn't exist. Now, the conflict around the discussion of what economic choices to make. Are we to be socialists? Are we to be capitalists? Nigeria is neither, and it's not a choice of either or. And China has demonstrated very clearly to us that we don't have to make those kind of choices. There's the story of a woman came back from the market and she had a set of twins. She came back with a small cake. When she brought out the cake, the children had a monkey. And the mother was about to give the cake to the twins. And the monkey said, look, you are a mother. You cannot give this, you are going to create problems for your children. How will they share this cake? I'm a neutral person, so let me share the cake. The monkey collects the cake, breaks the cake into two, and discovers this one is bigger than this. So he bites it because they are twins. He bites it off in order to equalize it. And in biting it, this one became bigger than this. And he beat this. And then the children are waiting for the cake. And they are looking at, and the monkey goes. And by the time the monkey turns around, the cake is finished. It's that what we have before is not so much, socialism has not worked for us. But it doesn't mean that capitalism will work for us. It means that there has to be something internal in the heart. It's very interesting. We don't like to talk about religion. And people say that, the religion has become, they've abused everybody. you know, there's no amount of abuse they've not heaped on religion. But the point, he said, it is religion that stops the poor from killing the rich. And therefore, you must actually also help us. Yes, it's religion. What we are talking about, debating about wages now, it is very interesting that Pope Pius XIII, in 1891, let me read out what the Pope was saying at that time. He says, today, working men all over the world are allowed in their demands that they shall in no circumstance be subjected to arbitrary treatment, as though devoid of intelligence and freedom. Working men insist on being treated as human beings with a share in every sector of human society, in the socio-economic sphere, in government, and in the realm of learning and culture. In 1963, Pope Paul VI came out with an encyclical called Pacem in Terris, Peace on Earth. And one of the things he said, which was very interesting, he said, look, quote, it is only by labor of working men that states grow rich. Justice therefore demands that the interests of the working classes should be carefully watched over by the administration, so that they who contribute so largely to the advantage of the community may themselves share in the benefits which they create. Nigerians talk about monkey they walk, baboon they chop. The challenge before us is not so much a question of how the market works. The challenge is that the human person in Nigeria must become the thermometer for gauging whether systems are working or not working. And you know, we have provisions in the Nigerian Constitution. And I think that the challenge before us, the National Assembly and the government, is to go back to some of, I hear the criticisms against the Constitution, but there is enough in our Constitution to give us the things we are asking for. If you just go through chapter 2 of the Constitution, of course, the frame has said that the issues we are asking for there are not justifiable. But they are fundamental as to how Nigeria is going to grow. There are provisions, for example, encouraging us to intermarry, encouraging us to form association, encouraging us to about religious freedom. But a lot of these issues are operated by their breaches. So, for example, when you look at the United States of America, when their constitution was made, they didn't anticipate, the constitution was essentially for white men who were rich and with property. But within a 3-year period, by 1865, America realized mistakes had been made. They couldn't have foreseen everything. So the 13th Amendment in 1865 said that there will be no more slavery and nobody should be engaged in forced labor. They tried to make it happen. The 14th Amendment, which followed almost immediately, allowed people now, ordinary America, by just being a citizen of America, common citizenship was established. Were the rights achievable? Maybe not. But a system of inclusion was beginning to develop. The 15th Amendment gave people, including black people, the right to vote. And guess what? All the conversation we're having now about gender and so on and so forth, it didn't start with Nigeria. It's not as if Africans don't like, no. It is that actually, with all these amendments, women still could not vote. Black people could vote in America, but women could not vote, including white women. It was not until the 19th Amendment in 1920 that women were now free to vote. So women have traveled a very long journey. I know you still have a long way to go, but it's important to know how you have come to where you are today. In fact, a writer has said that in reality, American democracy didn't come on stream until 1965. A lot of our women, I hear women say, oh, we want to be like Rwanda. You know, in the Rwandan parliament is full of women. But I say, talk slowly, because the reason why, if you need to kill, you need to lose many of your husbands as the men died in the Rwandan genocide, for women to be, because that's how it came about, you know, that women are so, and of course it's a tactical matter, it's worked very well, but I think it's important to understand that after over 100 years of these provisions, the emergence of an organization called Black Lives Matter suggests very clearly that all the principles enunciated, whether by constitution or the promises of democracy, have to be earned, and I think that this is the point that Onibinde made very well, by contestation. So Black Lives Matter Despite the promises in 1963, the things that Martin Luther King said in his famous speech, many years later, black people still realize they still have a long way to travel. But what is very interesting in all of this is that we work for so that one generation will be better than this generation. The problem with the Nigerian situation is that we today want to make sure if life is not good for us, then life is not likely to be good at all. So moving forward, and by way of conclusion, is to go back to some of the things that have been articulated here. What does it really mean to be a Nigerian? Irrespective of your economic status. Because I always say these are the things that Chinua Achebe spoke about eloquently, you know, when he spoke about his people. Because he always insisted that Igbos must not allow these people who have money misroad to take over, you know, their communities. Because the question, when you talk about the elite, Nigerians measure elitism by the size of your house or the size of your car. So it doesn't matter whether you are educated or not educated. I was here in Lagos. I had a wedding in Lagos. And the groom was so well dressed. Beautiful dress. So when we now go through the ritual, I said, I, Thomas. I mean, we are finished. Say, I, Thomas. The guy said, I, Thomas. You say, I, Thomas. He said, you say, I, Thomas. I said, and I kept going on. I said, repeat after me. He said, I said, repeat after me. It was quite embarrassing because there was a loudspeaker. I didn't know the man was a stark illiterate. But he was marrying this gorgeous woman who must have married him for whatever reasons, love, if it happens. But at least there were things that were obvious. So I think we must redefine what it is to be a Nigerian, but we must also make sure that the elite claim this argument and claim this space. Because I've not seen anywhere where illiterate people have built a civilization. It is important that we understand that democracy has its ideals, but those ideals must be enunciated by intellectuals. And I think there needs to be a much more firmer foundation and finding a place for the moral guardrails that can protect our people. Otherwise, those who dismiss religion forget that even if religion didn't exist, it will be invented. Because there are so many things we cannot explain in life. But in the final analysis, people need to be reminded constantly that this world is going to end. The Catholic Church teaches a principle that it calls a universal destination of goods. That is that everything we have here on earth, and Pope Francis wrote an eloquent encyclical called Laudato Si in 2015, to make the point that everything God created is for a purpose. It's not for the greedy. It's for all his children. And I think we must continue, and I think those of us who are in the religious business, let me put it that way, we have to continue to refine the arguments. We have to continue to hold certain ideals. Because like one of my favorite writers, Obiegbo, what we need is not necessarily empires or emperors. What we need is a clean society where we measure our progress not by the presence of the rich, but by the absence of the poor. And finally, the only way democracy can work is that democracy has to be an instrument of development. And if we use democracy to develop, then we'll be developing democracy. I want to thank you very much because I think my time is up.
It's a standing ovation for Bishop Kukah, a well-deserved one. And I'm sure if you're joining from home, you're also joining the applause here. Thank you very much, sir. You may please be seated. I'm very pleased to share with you that Bishop Kukah has graciously extended his God-given wisdom and life experiences through his writing. And so out there in the foyer, his books are available for purchase. I've been giving about 2 of them to highlight: Broken Truths, Nigeria's Elusive Quest for National Cohesion, and Witness to Reconciliation, My Personal Journey Towards Reconciliation in Ogoni Land. These books and more are available outside. I will not be handing back public servant with over 2 decades of service. A 1987 graduate of law from the University of Benin, Mr. Fashola was elected as Executive Governor of Lagos State, and he served in this capacity for 2 terms until 2015. In that same year, he was appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari as the Minister of Power, Works and Housing, and in 2019, he was reappointed as the Minister of Works and Housing, a position he held until last year. He has received several honors, including Man of the Year awards by leading publishers, including Guardian, The Vanguard, African Business Magazine, to name just a few. In 2013, Mr. Babatunde Fashola was named among top 100 global thinkers by Lo Spazio della Politica, a globally recognized personality assessment organization that has conferred him, and he has also been conferred with the Commander of the Order of the Niger, amongst many awards. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Arbitrators, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, and the grand patron of the Association of Nigerian Theatre Practitioners. Babatunde Fashola is married to Dame Abimbola Fashola, and they are blessed with 2 children. Please join me. It's truly an honor to have His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, SANCON.
Well, I think the place to start is to first confess that I am an avid viewer of the platform event for many years. And so I'm truly delighted to be Pastor and Mrs. Oyemade's guest today and to be in your midst. Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our audience, Bishop Kukah is a very, very difficult act to follow. So, and in that sense, the organizers have not done me well at all. But I will try. Now, our subject is about democracy and the economy, and I think that all of the speakers before me have done quite some very heavy lifting, and perhaps hopefully that should make it easier to follow Bishop Kukah. My position, and I adopt the definitions about market economies, free market economies, as allowing forces of demand and supply to operate, and I accept all the definitions of democracy as well. But my position, my concluding position, really is that the idea of a free market economy is an illusory one. The truth is that government continues historically and necessarily to play a role. So how do I get here? I start by talking about June 12, because this is the first June 12 platform event. And so that's important. So June 12, another day like any other day until 1993. And then after 1993, June 12 was not another day again. It became a different day because of the way people voted, because of what happened. And that was an election that transcended all of our default lines and areas of division. Suddenly, it became an election where people wanted to give everything to save it. And some did. Lives were lost. Limbs were lost. And so, this is one of the reasons why we gather here today. For those who might be too young to wonder, what is this big deal about? It is because that was one area around which there was some large elite consensus, and not the elite of I. Thomas or U. Thomas that Bishop Kuka referred to. The real elite of Nigeria decided that this was an election worth paying every price for, and many did. And to the heroes and sheroes of that undertaking, I doff my hat. Because of them, we are here. The hope that that election promise was espoused by its symbol, late Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, a billionaire businessman, entrepreneur, turned politician. And that was perhaps the elixir that kept the quest and the agitation for the actualization of June 12 alive. Sadly, it was not to be. Another journey started from there. That journey led us to Democracy Day, May 29, 1999. Clearly, we are now back to Democracy Day, June 12 onwards. But I am building up to something, and it is that first, our democratic experience was midwifed not by something we actively participated in, by like a plebiscite. It was midwifed by a dictatorship. But as I have argued, those who say they don't want the 1999 Constitution should go and read Justice Nikitobi's speech. That was a constitution in which everybody participated. And all of the participants said, give us back the 1979 Constitution with some amendments. So it is probably not true that the military just gave us a constitution. There was a constitution committee, and we participated by directly or indirectly. So that's not the point I'm making. But the point I'm making is that dictatorial actions led to the emergence of what we commemorate to celebrate today, 25 years after. But there is a coincidence. And that coincidence is that as we talk of democracy and we are converging to discuss the idea of a free market economy, Nigeria's free market economy, or the journey to it, also was started by the military. So that might surprise some of us. And I make the point here that there is a decree called Decree number 25 of 1988, which was later amended in 1999. And that is the decree known as the Privatization and Commercialization Decree, which created the Technical Committee on Privatization and Commercialization. That is the place where our journey to a free market economy started. So, point to note, the two ideas around which we converse today did not evolve from a free area. It evolved from a dictatorial arena. So, let's go forward there. What do I want to make here? To mention to people who are perhaps younger than 30 years to note or to learn, and if they are aware, to remember that at one time in this country, banks, newspapers, companies, telephones, radio and television, and other businesses that are now run by the private sector, including dispensing petrol at the tap, used to be government business. Yeah, I hear some That's how it was. Government was playing in these fields. So it was that decree that led to the journey of privatization. Government started yielding the space. So that's how we are where we are today. There used to be only one phone company called Nitel. It was owned by government. So they just wake up when they need money. They disconnect everybody. They call it on toss. So we all carry our files and go and head to NITEL office to go and find out whether you are owing or not owing. And then they start looking for your peer, which line. So, but how did that process happen? The Bureau of Public Enterprises, which is the agency of the National Council on Privatization, has undertaken 234 transactions. 234, as at the last time I checked. And what were those transactions about? They were about the sale, the concessioning, and the privatization of government-owned businesses. What types of businesses did they sell? They sold 32 agricultural mechanization businesses. They sold 31 banking and insurance businesses. They sold 15 cement companies. They sold 14 energy construction and services companies. They sold 13 hotels. They sold 9 industrial and manufacturing companies, 13 oil and gas companies, and concessioned or sold 31 ports, 22 power companies, 37 mines and steel businesses, 8 automobile businesses, 4 paper and packaging businesses, 4 sugar making companies, and 1 telecoms company, the famous NITEL. So just dwell on that data a bit because it will become meaningful as our conversation goes on. So if you hear about the glorious days of Nigeria, 30 years, 40 years ago, that was the time when government was doing these businesses. So as the speaker before me, Bishop Kuka, said before he left, what do we really want? Have we defined success? Because if we don't, sometimes we might get to the point of success and not recognize it. So what will success look like? That will be a conversation that will go on beyond here. And that will be something perhaps the elite have to deal with. But we came from that glorious period when that was happening. So the advocates of market economy came and said, no, government is not a good businessman. Get out of this business. Government shouldn't be involved in business. And so we started that journey of privatization. Is that the right thing to do? Perhaps if you compare some of the people we now do business with, like China, most of those Chinese construction companies you see here are government-owned. Most of those people are civil servants. And they are creating prosperity. But what do we want? That would be a decision that we all have to take as we go on. But it's just to provide two sides of the coin. So, I say then that in the ideal market economy, what wants to be seen is the unhindered operation of the forces of demand and supply. That's the ideal market economy. And in that market, customer or the consumer is king. Okay? And government does not provide props in order to support the system. And has this happened across many of our sectors? So if we interrogate, I go quickly to a sector in which I was involved, the energy area. But let's start from petroleum products. So in the last 12 months, government has removed what is clearly an unsustainable subsidy in petroleum pricing. So in that good old days, government was paying for it, not so? Hello? So Governor Soludo will know how much central bank was paying for every month so that government could give us petrol. And also we could buy rice at an amount much lower than what it is. Because government decided to say, economic forces, wait a minute, let me look after my people first. But it comes at a cost somewhere. Somebody has to pay for it. So, but that was what we were doing with our FX. So if you bought 7,000 naira rice a few years back, it wasn't because it was 7,000. It was because government was providing some props. So immediately those props go. It's almost like somebody who uses a cane to walk. If you take it, the person will start to stumble. And I think the analogy makes the point as quickly as I possibly can. But then we go to the power sector. And again, in spite of privatization, which took place it was concluded in 2013. It started in 2005. We said to government, you can't run electricity. PHCN is not working. Sell it. Let private people bring their money, and we were heading to El Dorado. And government accepted. We, the people, decided, through the likes of Honorable Dogara and all the parliamentarians, they passed a law. So, wait now, calm down. Every time a law is passed in the National Assembly, the truth is that we passed that law. The people who enacted those laws did so on our behalf. And this is the point that one of the speakers makes about getting involved. So we, the Nigerian people, said, go and pass that law, take the power from the government, they don't know about it, give it to private sector. And so it was. But one of the interesting things that they put in the law was that they created a company called NBET, Nigeria Bulk Electricity Trading Corporation. NBET was the bulk buyer, guaranteeing to Soludo Energy that once you produce the power, I will buy it. Somewhere along the line, after buying, NBET wants to give the energy to Oyemade Disco to go and distribute. But in between that transaction, Oyemade Disco is not collecting enough because some people are enjoying electricity illegally. In some places, the energy is not even getting there. But it has been wheeled. So, a shortfall in yours. Oyemade Disco can return all the monies that he should give to Soludo, this thing. And then there is a default in the system because Soludo Genco is owing Dogara gas. No, this is the reality. I was in that ministry. Soludo Genco is owing Dogara gas. And then Dogara gas is owing the banks. So government has to step in. Market forces can't do this. That's the point. So when we then went to Central Bank to go and borrow 701 billion, I think, to pay the Gencos, we were not implementing a subsidy. The bulk trader was paying his debt to the Gencos. But it had an account receivable from the Discos. And some people have erroneously categorized that as a subsidy. With respect, I beg to disagree. It's not a subsidy. Because NBET, the unpaid creditor, has remedies in law against his debtor. So, but I will leave the point. I just wanted to make that point. Let's quickly now go to Asset Management Company of Corporation of Nigeria. You know that company, AMCON. Is AMCON consistent with the idea of a free market economy? Because the idea of a free market economy in some jurisdictions is that if you become insolvent, you go down with consequences. But what did we do? So we formed AMCON because 300 Nigerians were threatening the financial system. They were owing about 2.5 trillion, so we bought their debt. Interestingly, some of the people whose debts were bought and saved by government through AMCON were some of those we later handed over some of the power assets to run. I know that because I saw the records. So, but let's move on. So, I make this point, therefore, that the fact, however, is that some of the strongest apostles of a market economy are the very first people, very first, to reach out to the state as a sovereign, to say, please come and exercise your powers of Leviathan. Come and save us. So when COVID-19 hobbled the global economy, all the governments of major, if not all economies, did something or the other inconsistent with market principles. They needed to restart the economies. Some printed money, some borrowed money, and put it in terms of grants, releases, and aids. That's not a market economy idea. If it fails, everybody goes. But it doesn't work like that in real life. And that's the point that I thought we should all bear in mind. In the aftermath of the war between Ukraine and Russia, energy prices skyrocketed in most of Europe. The United Kingdom, one of our long-standing allies, what did they do? They went in and gave millions of households about £350 each to combat that. Is that consistent with market economy? So, and we have seen here with our efforts to price discovery in the FX market, coupled with the impact of subsidy removal, everybody is reaching out or has taken or is still expecting what? One palliative or the other. And they have come in different ways from our own government. There's also a report that about 200,000 people have received about 50,000 somewhere. So what the point to make is that government continuously has to and has historically stepped in. So in support of my thesis that the market economy is an illusion. But now, what kind of democracy are we even dealing with? And I think that I am thankful that it is Bishop Kuka who has had to speak to the emerging divergence, if you like, of the types of democracies that we are seeing across the world today. A school that is favoring the less liberal democracy in the sense that it helps to radically develop societies much more quickly. And if I can just borrow an analogy, we will see that the Chinas of this world, even the undemocratic ones like Saudi Arabia, monarchies, are the places that are delivering the most rapid developments. And I once gave a speech that democracy does not guarantee good governance. And some people were wondering why. And I said then that it is the institutions of democracy that will take us inevitably to good governance. But what economy are we even talking about in the Nigerian sense? So I go to the idea that our economy is predominantly small businesses, MSMEs. There's a data that shows that there are about 40 million of them. There's a national policy document that shows that they employ about 59.6 million people as of 2017 and account for 49%, almost 50% of Nigeria's GDP. That document, that data clearly shows that that is where the critical mass is. So if the critical mass is there, what should we do to unleash unprecedented growth and economic prosperity? I think the jury is out. There are those who think that access to credit alone will be the single magic bullet that does it. Some believe that it is electricity, access to power. Some think that it is a combination of those two and more. My argument is that if we pause and ask ourselves, seriously, this is where the mass is, and we can impact change there. I imagine that if we got 10% of those 40 million businesses, just 10% of them, to employ one person each, that means that we will have 4 million jobs, sustainable jobs. So I think that the road to that discovery is that we must be deliberate to search for the answer by way of very clear diagnosis, not guesswork. Looking at that critical mass and say, what can we really do? And I think surveys, data, a lot of consultation will help us to say, This is the road to prosperity. And if we implement this, can each of those small businesses guarantee that they will employ one person each in a sustainable job? And if we can produce that, then we will be able to start sharing with the world what we have done in a most dramatic and emphatic way to lift people out of poverty. But I then go to the point that our global realities show examples of subsidies from country to country. And you can check this out on your search engines. And they are deployed to influence either production, to influence consumption, to influence industrialization, or generally to impact economic outcomes. To the extent also that countries and governments use fiscal tools such as tariffs and levies to impact local and international trade, you will see that the idea of a market economy is an illusory one, whether it is local or international. On the international stage, they don't leave market growth, trade surpluses, they don't leave them to market forces. They, in a way, spice them by action. So, I now go to where the convergence lies. And I'm happy that it is my predecessors on this podium who have referred to the Singaporean model. So while I was preparing my notes on this thing, I had a brain trust of some of my colleagues, and I said to them, look, listen, where is the sweet spot in this? Where lies the ability for markets to work, government to work, and also allows the economy to thrive as best as possible? And one of them said to me, don't you remember Singapore? Don't you remember your meeting with Lee Kuan Yew? You know the answer to what you are looking for. You met him in 2000. I said, yes, that's true. Because he was then telling me the story of his visit to Nigeria, asking me about Balogun market and all of that. And I said, how did you know? He said, I came to your country when we were thrown out of Malaysia. I came here to look for help. Some of the housing models they started with were adaptations of what LEDB, which later became LSDPC, used to be. But that's a story for another day. But why is that relevant? The model in Singapore was a model of tough love. Let me say that again, tough love. And there is no better example of tough love that I find than a mother's love. You know why? If we were allowed to choose what we will eat every morning at home, okay, children, what are you going to eat? You know that we won't eat. Even if it was limited to just yam. Some people want it fried, some people want it boiled, some people want it mashed. You know a mother's tough love? She just talks to her husband. She knows what his allergies are. She knows what he will not eat and what he will. And say, breakfast is served, children, come and eat. So there's no debate. There's not too much consultation with the eyes have it. Apologies to Dogara. And there's not too much issues. And so I think there lies what I think is a convergence. And the road to that convergence is that today, my interactions with some of the officials long after that first meeting showed me that in their country today, once price rises, within 90 days, they index it, whether it goes up or down. So once global oil prices goes up or energy prices, just index it within 90 days, everybody carries on. Because there is sufficient knowledge, there is sufficient education, there has been enough time to integrate into the practice of democracy and the realities of market economy. Now, that is the kind of knowledge that I would like to see in this country. To understand that, look, why are we hiding behind a finger? Is there anybody here who has not adjusted cost of living prices at his home? I'm sure Mrs. Oyemade agrees that Mr. Oyemade has increased the housekeeping allowance. because some things have moved. So how are we expecting that it will be different in the real world out there? So I close with two examples about this. So recently, government, through the regulator, NERC, announced an increase in our electricity tariffs. Not so? So, but what did we get? Apart from many voices of dissent, there was one from Parliament, our Parliament. Motions and resolutions for the suspension of the tariff. Really? But we seem to have forgotten that that tariff came into life as a result of the law that Parliament itself made. So that cannot be the answer. And I think that in future the answer should be to get involved in that process very early. Because if things have changed in real life, the conversation we should then be having is that, look, what is the quantum of change? Not that it should not change. I think that's the conversation we should be having. Because if we can't produce that power for ourselves, if we went to buy all the components, the gas, the transmission line, how then can we expect somebody else to do it at a lower price? The second example, and I will close. Recently, we had an amendment to an existing Cybersecurity Act, and it led to the imposition of a levy of 0.5%. Excuse me. So, that is a law that imposes a tax. Not so? Now, that's the principle of representation. Age-old principle. Taxation and representation. But what did we get? A trade union came out and said that there will be a murder of all strikes because a tax had been imposed. And they were going to shut down the country. Is that the answer, really? And I'm saying this so that we understand how democracy works. But thankfully, I was watching Seun Okinbaloye's program on PoliticsToday, and he very sensibly asked one of the intending protesters that, is it the Nigerian government, qua the executive, that has offended you, or your legislator? Why don't you go and call your legislator back to say you don't want this levy, and they should get back to repeal it? And I think somewhat he saved the day. Again, these are some of our extreme and default positions to government or legislative or regulatory action that we don't understand how the process plays. So sometimes, like playing a sport without knowing the rules, you are likely to commit fouls. So I close that I would only add that true democratic representation in a time of rising cost of living will be symbolized not just by giving food palliatives, which serves the purpose for a selection of the population, but will be complemented by a raft of legislation that brings fiscal relief by way of reduction of certain taxes and levies, in addition to wage adjustments which are on the way. So that is my intervention. I think the idea is illusory, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that powerful intervention. Another round of applause, please, as we take our seats. Very fundamental thoughts and questions, one of which lingers in my mind is, like we say in the corporate sector, what are the KPIs? What are the KPIs of democracy? So that in 25 years' time, when we're celebrating the golden jubilee of our democracy, and by God's grace, all of us will be here, maybe with some gray hair here and there, we will all know if our democracy is truly working for us. Just as we come down the home stretch, this is a global media event. The platform is streaming on YouTube, on Facebook. And so please join the conversation online. You can join the conversation sharing your thoughts as you hear them, posting your selfies, yours and your neighbors as you take them. Post them online using the hashtag #ThePlatformNG and the Platform 36. So for those of us who do not know, this is the 36th edition of the platform. So the hashtags are the #ThePlatformNG and the Platform 36. Join the conversations online and also invite others to join as we invite our final speaker for today, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFR. Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, holds a BSc Economics First Class Honors, MSc PhD Economics, winning departmental, faculty, and university prizes as the best graduating student from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He has received over a dozen short and medium-term courses and fellowships, including at the Universities of Cambridge, Oxford, and Warwick, the Brookings Institution, Washington, and the United Nations. Soludo was promoted Professor of Economics at the age of 38, 26 years ago, as well as visiting professor. Yes, please applaud that. At 36, some of us were still. He was also visiting professor at Swarthmore, USA, and has over 200 publications to his credit. Before joining government in 2003, Professor Soludo had lived and traveled to 45 countries as an itinerant scholar and consultant to 21 international financial and development institutions, including the World Bank, the IMF, AFDB, EU, USAID, UK, DFID, UNCTAD, UNDP, to mention a few. Professor Soludo had been called upon to serve the nation in various capacities. In 2003, he was Chief Economic Advisor to President Obasanjo, as well as Deputy Chairman and CEO of the National Planning Commission. He later served as the Central Bank Governor, Chairman of the Board of Nigerian Security Printing and Minting Company, PLC. He was also the co-founder and founding chairman of Africa Finance Corporation. His distinguished national service, especially the transformation of the banking and financial system, earned Soludo over 160 national and international awards, including being the triple winner of African and Global Best Governor of Central Banks for 2005, 2006, and 2007 by the London Financial Times Banker magazine and Euromoney. In gratitude for his service, he was honored with the third highest national honor, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, in 2006. Since 2022, Professor Soludo has been governor of Anambra State, where in 2 years, without borrowing, he is proven to be a game changer and winning multiple laurels, including being the 2023 Governor of the Year on Infrastructure and Rural Development. The world knew Professor Soludo as Mr. Transformation. In Anambra, they say the solution is here. Please join me as we honor the presence of His Excellency, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, as he joins us at the platform today.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Your Excellencies, the Speaker, former Governor, my Lord Bishop, if I err here, I will confess afterwards. It's really a great pleasure to be here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think after listening to the erudite scholars and statesmen a few minutes ago, in the last 2 hours or so, I don't really know what else to say or why I am here. I am supposed to be the one in government. As I looked around, I'm looking forward to finishing here and going back to my senior brother in this business, Governor Fashola, from whom I have been taking some useful notes. I will come back for my tutorials. I thought I was just coming here to just take notes and go away. But here I am, and as I was scribbling, just like Dogara, the notes yesterday, I told the pastor that last night when I came in, I was still busy even till a few minutes before coming here. They got to print it out for me, that I was still scribbling, and that I was going to stick to the script. So I don't see any headlines, Soludo said. So I will be able, even though it's still a zero draft, I can circulate it that way, at least quote what I have said. So I want to join all of you in saying Happy Democracy Day. Whatever, however it is and whatever, we'll still say in all things give thanks to God. So, and I commend Pastor Boju Yamade and the convener of this platform. You're really doing a very immense historic civic duty to Nigeria by having this platform. I'm happy to be here again after 5 years, and I would, in my remarks, which is written because I have limited time, I will just skip quite a few of areas because a lot of them have been covered. But just as I listen to all of this, and as we'll have the theme for this, 25 years uninterrupted democracy, 64 years of independence in October. In 2005, I delivered the Democracy Day lecture organized by the federal government of Nigeria. And the title then was The Political Economy of Sustainable Democracy in Nigeria. And today, 20 years on, I am here on another Democracy Day lecture to discuss democracy and free markets. And as I perused through that lecture, I came with it at the aircraft as I was coming in yesterday. I was perusing through that lecture I gave 20 years ago. I was really saddened by the fact that the key theses and recommendations of that lecture are even more relevant and urgent today. Over those past 20 years, in my view, we have made so much efforts, but still largely going in circles as a nation. In the brief remarks that I will make, I will argue that, yes, I've had all the arguments about democracy, free markets, whether there is, it's a spectrum. It's all work in progress everywhere in the world. But I will argue that democracy and free market, we need them as two sides of a vehicle for maximizing liberty, freedom, security, prosperity, and happiness of citizens. Neither democracy nor free market will endure if they don't deliver these objectives. So we will argue further that our democracy faces an existential threat of a potentially unsustainable economy. And we, all Nigerians, must brace up to save and sustain it. But before I even go much further, I need to put a little disclaimer. I have to remind myself that I am here as a serving state governor, and therefore part of the governing elite. We are the ones who are, especially at a time when governors have become the easy scapegoats for everything wrong in Nigeria, I will then, by association, also take responsibility. It's not a good time to be a governor in Nigeria. I know that many of us actually who love this country to death, working day, having sleepless nights, trying to fix it within the perimeters of the boundaries permissible by the structure and the system and resources available to us. but here not to offer excuses or defense. Besides, I'm not here also to offer a treatise on what we must do to get Nigeria going. I think after listening to all the presentations, we'll just carry all of them and then send it there. I have access to them there. And, sometimes I have to remind them myself that I am part of them, that they have to tell. Say, okay, let's go and tell them. And they have to tell you again, but you are part of them. So being part of them, I have to be measured in what I can say publicly in terms of advice. You don't advise. I won't advise on the podium. I don't have that liberty anymore because I have access to share my thoughts in-house. So, and I'm doing my citizen duty to call on all of us as citizens to rise up to the occasion, because the challenges we face are obviously too big to be left to politicians alone. And I think that was your point about participation. We all have the responsibility. I have a section here that deals with the relationship between democracy and free economy and all of that. I won't waste your time on all of those and so on. But just to make the point that at the end of the day, they're all spectrum, whether democracy, free markets, there's none. There's no place in the world where you have any of the extremes, the textbook extremes. We are somewhere in the spectrum. But I want to share with you a thought about the correlation between democracy, the sustainability of democracy, and the economic conditions of a society. And I want you to pay attention to this. I am quoting a 1996 study published in the Journal of Democracy about the strength of economy and the sustainability of democracy. It's very important as Nigerians that we pay attention to this. Quote, once a country has a democratic regime, its level of economic development has a very strong effect on the probability that democracy will survive. Democracy can be expected to last an average of about 8.5 years in a country with per capita income under $1,000 per annum. 16 years in one with income between $1,000 and $2,000. 33 years between $2,000 and $4,000, and 100 years between $4,000 and $6,000. Above 6,000, democracies are impregnable and can be expected to live forever. And it asserts that no democratic system has fallen in a country where per capita income exceeds $6,055. End of quote. Fellow Nigerians, the above quote should make each one of us to pause and ponder. Between 1,000 and 2,000, democracy is expected. Some years ago, per capita income in Nigeria had risen to over 2,500, even 3,200. We were then on the path to that sustainable path where you'll expect it to live 3,300 years and so on. But bingo, something has happened over the last 10 years. That is compression of our national income. We are now at about 50% of where it was 2014. And per capita population ballooning, and per capita income is now at about 1,200. Per capita income is now compressed again, back to about 1,200. And therefore, yes, that empirical evidence might not be destiny, but if the correlation is as strong as stated above, then its predictive power implies that with Nigeria's current per capita income of about 1,200, then the sustainability of democracy in Nigeria will require an extraordinary effort. Something just to get us to think. I've written quite about this, but If you look at our checkered history, I will just take you we can spend the whole day talking about where we are and how we got here. But there's no space to do that. But our checkered history so far makes me to conclude that we have made so much progress while still standing still. Made so much progress, but literally seem to still be standing stress. And let me admit the fact that it's not so many of us Nigerians don't appreciate. Nigeria is a very poor country, and its public finance is broken. We're a very poor country. I've just said about the per capita income, 1,200. We're in the lower rung of the low middle income countries. We are back there. We were escalating, but we are back. But I will say a few things. Space and time won't allow us to provide all the details. For over the last 50 years, especially since the first oil boom, when this country we have much of our economic management has been responding to the volatility in the oil sector. If at any point we can artificially keep the exchange rate, as low as we want, we can fix it to 1 naira to $1 artificially today, and bingo, you'll be the richest economy in the world in dollar terms. But does that make any sense? I like your treatise, Mr. Speaker, as I was telling you a moment ago. Very interesting. I wish we could have time to discuss that, but I just whispered to him that part of what happened when I was governor of Central Bank, I'm the governor and one who served as governor of Central Bank when exchange rate moved down from about 138 until 112 to the dollar. And we built foreign reserve from 10 billion to all-time 63 billion. And with the stable and so on and so forth. But one thing we didn't do, we didn't print trillions of naira and pour it in there. Indeed, there was a particular incident when the federal government wanted to borrow, take ways and means from central bank. And the law allows the governor to fix the interest rate. And I charged them a penal rate and took our own interest up front. Because the law requires us to give them if they needed it, but it must not exceed 5% of the previous year's actual revenue of the federal government. And they must pay it back by the 31st of December. Otherwise, central bank is forbidden by law from extending further ways and means to the federal government. That's the law. It's still the law. The 2007 CBN Act. But here we were. We printed if we obeyed that law, there should have been no time when ways and means advances to the federal government should have exceeded more than 300 billion. But we kept printing. We printed the first 1 trillion. The federal government didn't pay. We printed the second. 5, 10, 20, 22. Printed money backed by nothing and put into the system, and we expect the exchange rate to remain the same when you are exporting nothing. We expect inflation to remain the same when you are having nothing. We expect this. Gentlemen, you can't pour a drum of water on a rug and expect it to remain dry. We must get down. But I don't have time to get onto all of this. But all I have said, but let me say this. For me personally, and this kind of platform, I remember in the run-up to 2015 presidential election, I wrote a piece entitled Buhari versus Jonathan, Beyond the Elections. It made quite a lot of, generated quite a lot of noise. I think I will now restrain from writing these things in the run-up to presidential elections. Now, but one of the things I said there was that any of them that won that presidential election, it was going to be a Pyrrhic victory. Because I won that the public finance was broken and that the economy was latently and structurally in avoidable crisis. The last administration, of course, won by President Buhari then, chose to play safe with the populist politics, with the economy, I would say against some advice, by illegally printing the more than 22 trillion that I just said, and amassing public debt at its own only way to stay afloat, and keeping the illusion of these phantom subsidies on petrol, forex, and electricity. Now the chicken has come home to roost, and Nigeria is paying the very high cost of delayed adjustment with escalating inflation, unsustainable debt service payments, depreciating exchange rate, rising interest rates and poverty and unemployment, a largely insolvent public finance, and compressed GDP in dollar terms. As your prices rise and the exchange rate adjusts, you're exporting nothing. Whereas you have foreign exchange, you have a reserves of about 30 or thereabout billion, and you have money supply almost getting to 100 trillion. You do the maths. Our population is growing while insecurity threatens food security. Today, the once largest economy in Africa is now the fourth, with the dollar GDP lower than in 2010, or less than 50% where we were in 2014. While per capita income is now about 1,200, down from some over 2,500 some years ago. And all I want to say is that we have had a roller coaster of a journey. And let me repeat this point. The size of government, and that is its revenue and expenditure, is too minuscule to move the needle. And the so-called increased revenue due to subsidy removal is nothing but money illusion. It's money illusion. And I think that point was made by Bishop when he said we got to realize that government just can't do it. And I just want to send this message that the government is too small. Just too small. And I want to share some numbers with us, because when I have some conversations, unfortunately, there are things I can now get out. I have to be reminded again, you are a state governor, so sit down. I can't get out now. So I actually resist engaging in these public debates or discussions about public policy. All the invitations by the televisions and so on, join this show or join the other show, I remind them that no, I am part of them, so you people tell us. Consider the 2024 budget of the federal government. Just use it as an example. 28.7 trillion with projected revenue of about 18.3 trillion. And borrowing that will be about 10.4 trillion. This is just about, if you take the exchange rate, approximately 1,500, of about just 20 billion US dollars, or 7% of our GDP. Check out global averages. Other countries around, even in Africa, their budgets as percentage of GDP of that country. 7%, one of the lowest in the world. For a country of about 230 million people, or our budget of about $83 per person per year. Approximately $6.9 per Nigerian per month. Compared to Kenya's 2024 budget of about 31 billion, ours is about 20 for 230 million people. Kenya's is about 31 billion for 54 million people. Kenya, I'm not talking about US, so don't give all this. Kenya, or about $574 per person. Even this 28.7 trillion is largely unrealistic, as it will take a miracle to realize the projected 18.3 trillion if current trends persist. If current trends, my estimate is that they'll probably at best get 17 trillion. And from where will it borrow for a 10.4 trillion with the current state of the money and capital markets? Even at that, the understated debt and non-debt recurrent expenditure totals about 18.1 trillion, meaning that at best, the federal government will still borrow to fund recurrent expenditure. At best, it will still have to borrow some money, even if it spends zero on capital. And I will tell you, that best estimate of mine, if current trends, unless something magical happens with the revenue profile, that 17 trillion will amount to 6,160 naira per Nigerian per month. That is, even if it were to bring all its revenue with the quantum the so-called revenue that boom, and put it on the table and share it to all Nigerians, everybody will get 6,160 per month. But it is from this 6,160 per person per month that it will have to pay the about 8.25 trillion as debt service. It will have to do the recurrent, including salaries, of about 9.92 trillion. My dear brothers, even the entire capital, if they were to have it, a miracle were to, because every penny of capital to be spent will have to be borrowed. And the government has been doing this since 2010. Since 2010, the debt service and non-debt service recurrent expenditure of the federal government combined have consistently exceeded the current revenue, meaning that every penny is spent on building 1 square inch of road or whatever capital was borrowed for the past 14 years or so. We need to understand where we are. Even if it were to get the entire capital to spend, it's barely 2% of GDP. And I want to say that to move this economy at the pace that we expect it to move, the consolidated public sector capital spending, consolidated public sector, I mean states and federal government combined, should be between maybe 10 to 15% of GDP. Currently, both of them combined, it's less than 5% of GDP. And this to be borrowed. So, I can see some people shaking their head here. I don't mean to make you depress you. But even look at the quantum, because everybody I hear it always, oh, they remove subsidy and the government is getting revenue and so on. It's just nothing but money illusion. Money is what money can buy. As governor of Central Bank, I saw the exchange rate, like I said, at about 138, and I saw it coming down. At a point, it was 118 before it even got down to 112 at some point. At the time that it was 118, I know a state that was receiving about 5 billion per month, average, from FAC. That 5 billion then was an equivalent of $42.4 million every month. Then cement was costing a few hundred naira, and diesel was less than 100 naira a liter. Today, that $42.4 million will be equivalent of about 63.5 billion. For you to put that state on the same level, comparatively, when it was receiving 5 billion, it needs to be receiving about 63.5 billion today. But that state is receiving barely about 10. Yes, it has doubled in naira term, but then it buys cement. It has to build roads and bridges, build schools and so on, and buy cement a few thousand per bag, and buy bitumen and so on, and buy diesel at 1,006, 1,007 and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, the same argument goes in circles. Even the government themselves also spend money. I mean, they also incur in rising costs. So, even if you give that state not 10, but you give it 20, you give it 30, you give it 40, you give it 50 billion, is still receiving less than what he received more than a decade ago, in real terms, either in dollar terms or in purchasing power terms. This point has to be made and understood. We are talking trillions and trillions, but what value can they provide? I think in budget, you will help us answer that. Thank you very much. You are doing an amazing job there anyway. I appreciate it. As a person, for example, I deeply feel the pains of Nigerians at these challenging times, especially the over 100 million Nigerians who are multidimensionally poor. Times are hard. Sometimes I just wish that I can give every resident of Anambra maybe ₦1 million each, who can bring money and give everybody at least $1 million each to ameliorate the hardship that we have. But the reality is that if we get our entire revenue in a month, both from FAC and from our IGR, and we put it on the table and call all our estimated 8.5 million residents and share it, nobody will get up to 2,500 naira. If we brought our entire earnings and share, nobody will get more than 2,000. In fact, if it is even up to 2,000. That we did the computation with the March receipt at my executive council, and the share for each person was 1,100 and something naira. But it is from there that I will still have to pay salaries, gratuities, and pensions, build the roads and bridges, invest in health and education, invest in security, tackle menacing erosion, etc. We recently recruited additional 8,115 teachers and over 1,000 medical personnel, and these people also need to be paid, and so on. It is from that same less than 2,500 per person per month that we're expected to do this. So, in summary, my dear brothers and sisters, Nigeria faces stringent fiscal quagmire and even technical solvency challenges. Tax revenue is one of the lowest in the world. Debt has spiked to a level that leaves little headroom for more borrowing, albeit at very high cost. Yet the needs of the citizens keep increasing in geometric proportions by the day. At the extreme, the federal government, for example, can resort to the easy way out by printing more money. Yes, it's very easy. If we want everybody to be paid 1 million, it's easy. Central Bank credit everybody's account with 1 million. But then after 1 week or two, a bottle of Coke might be costing 1 million naira. So, state governments or subnationals cannot. If the federal government resorts to that, then every citizen suffers collateral damages in terms of spiraling inflation, exchange rate depreciation, rising interest rates, and so on. And I want to suggest, my fellow citizens, that whether and how we finally confront and address this decade-long fiscal and structural crisis will be critical for the road ahead. Because we're in a bind, but we must get out of it. And let me make this point. I mean, I'll just share, like I said, I wouldn't going to be doing a treatise on the way forward, how we're going to diversify the economy or deal with the exchange rate or deal with this. I mean, I can share those privately with the officials concerned. But I would just share a few nuggets of what I think we might, as part of the citizen conversation, like Speaker Dogara, let me throw in a few. But before I do that, I will make a few statements that won't be nice to many ears. The first, I said this won't sound nice to some ears, but it needs to be stated. President Tinubu did not cause the problem. It took more than 10 years of living in denial and kicking the cans down the road to get to this predictable sorry state. We are now suffering the consequences of what I call delayed and misguided adjustments. From a macroeconomic standpoint, the economy that President Tinubu inherited was akin to a dead horse, but standing. But he has the historic duty to mobilize Nigeria to clean up the mess for future generations. There is an emergency, and incremental changes won't cut it. Intentional disruptions, systemic disruptions are urgently needed, but it requires mass mobilization and ownership by the public. And again, I come down to ownership. But from the tone of public conversation, it does not seem that Nigerians are informed about the magnitude of the crisis or prepared to join the solution wagon. The greatest threat I see is the conflict between the pressure for short-term populism for electoral purposes versus the medium to long-term disruptions required for sustainable transformation. That's the threat that I see. It is the conflict between pressures to be a good politician, to win elections, versus the demands for statesmanship for the next generations. And that's why sometimes these conversations about single term might begin to make some sense. So that you fix it, whether you say 4 years or 5 years or 6 years or 7 years single. So you come, you are not thinking about the next election. Once you finish getting into this, I faced that all the day in my state. You want to get on, they say, no, wait, you have an election. I said, no, let's get it. If we get there, if we lose, we lose. But we got to get it done today. When are we ever going to stop facing election? No, I think, and to be honest, the foundation for this house is cracked deeply. And the options for papering over the cracks are very few. In my 2005 democracy lecture, I argued, quote, that we now need 3 things to happen. Get the economics, the politics, and the law/institutions right, and then trust in God to give us the right people and the courage to implement the agenda. End of quote. That's what I said in 2005. And I elaborated on them. I was governor of Central Bank then, and I delivered that democracy lecture. It was aired live. The president was sitting next to me, and it's so saddening to me that many of the things, almost everything we said there, still very relevant. We won't get into this. But I want to say that fixing the systemic insecurity, the broken public finance and the economy, broken oil and gas sector, the infrastructure and environmental decay, the rising social tensions, and restoring hope and confidence of the citizens will require us to try several roads not traveled. Thinking and acting without any box at all. This one is not outside of inside. It will be traveling without any box. But I believe that President Tinubu, the man who fought the federal government of Nigeria to a standstill over the power of Lagos State to design the local government system of his choice, and I see the person sitting here, he was, I think he knows 1 or 2 things about what they did. Championed the fundamentals of true federalism, especially when we were there 2003 to 2007, and tamed the Atlantic, has the knowledge and courage to mobilize Nigeria to cross over the current crossroads. There are no easy or quick fixes, and he needs our collective support. And literally every sector requires a declaration of an emergency. We need working groups on security, on economy, oil and gas and natural resources, food security, etc. But there are 2 others I will just make a few statements about here that will shape the future. Number 1 of them is the devolution and building the foundations of a competitive and workable federation. And the second is a social contract with citizens to give everyone a stake in the future of Nigeria. And let me just, on this too. On devolving and building the foundations of a federation, ladies and gentlemen, we've just gone back to our national anthem, old one. It might just be a pointer that our future is in our past. That our future is in our past. This is a country that celebrates its past and not our future. So, the road to that future might actually be in our past. Our founding fathers negotiated competitive federalism as the appropriate framework for Nigeria. And since the military incursion, we have tried hard to develop with a unitary federalism and still moving in circles. It is an oxymoron to repeat the same thing and expect a different result. At my last appearance at this platform, I argued that Nigeria, quote, can't build a 100-story building on the foundation of a rickety bungalow, end of quote. For years now, discussions around restructuring, devolution through federalism have refused to go away. Almost all the socio-political groups, Afenifera, Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, Pandev, Middle Belt Forum, agree that there is no sustainable future without addressing the issue of Nigeria's structure. The Patriots recently reaffirmed the same stand. The APC, in its 2015 manifesto, identified the obtuse and inefficient Abuja as a constraint and promised to, quote, restructure Nigeria. Consequently, the same APC set up a committee on restructuring with far-reaching proposals on fiscal federalism, state police, and they even proposed the scrapping of local government system from the Constitution. Since, according to the APC, no federation has 3 federating units. Funny enough, more recently, some people are arguing for autonomy of local government, including some APC persons, which will take Nigeria back many decades from what a true federation is about. There is no federal government, no federal system in the world where you have 3 federating units, where the counties in America where we copied this, or their local government go to the center to go and collect money directly, and so on and so forth. Each state must have the power to design the kind of local government system that it wants. That's what true federalism is all about. We have tried to transform Nigeria from Abuja and it has not worked. Let us try the radical devolution of powers and resources to the base and promote cooperative competition and see how far we go. We need to tinker with the fiscal powers of the federal and state governments, devolve much of the responsibilities under the exclusive list to the states, and at about 60 to 65% of the revenue to the states, of course, with each deciding on the appropriate local system to adopt. Why not consolidate the National Assembly into one with no more than 5 representatives per state? We don't need, in my view, we don't need a National Assembly costing over 300 billion a year now for this year thing to maintain. We don't need it. But what is delaying action? A friend of mine recently joked that everyone is a federalist until he or she gets to the center. Well, some of us have been unrepentant federalists before, during, and after holding offices. And I just talked about my 2005 Democracy Day lecture, where I espoused and still believe that Nigeria now has an opportunity with APC, which espoused federalism in its constitution, just like my own political party, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, talked about true federalism, controlling both the federal government and most of the other states. Truth be told, the road to a new and sustainable Nigeria begins with bold and historic actions on building this competitive and compassionate federal system. Otherwise, we will continue to move in circles. Second bit I say, and I close, the big tent and inclusive social agenda. This must be akin to the combination of American New Deal by President Franklin Roosevelt, 1933 to 38, or the Great Society programs of President Lyndon Johnson, 1965 to 67, and the European Recovery Plan, or what is popularly called the Marshall Plan, after the World War II. This will require a fundamental reordering of national priorities to invest massively in the social programs, especially health, education, and social protections, as well as infrastructure to give everyone a stake in the national cake, thereby securing the future. Chapter 2, that's the point that Bishop Kuka made. Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution on the Directive Principles of State Policy provides a template. It is time to seriously work out a national agenda to make that Chapter 2 of the Constitution justiciable of sort. I am an Awoist and a true progressive on this front. In Anambra, for example, our truly free education has raised school enrollment by about 18.7%, and out-of-school children, now the lowest in Nigeria, out of the 36 states plus FCT. Our free antenatal and free delivery services, including free CS operations for pregnant women in government health facilities, has seen more than 60,000 beneficiaries with near zero mortality. So, if there was one thing that the military regime spent the oil boom money in the early 70s and 80s well, it was investment in qualitative education, and many of us were beneficiaries. For that roadside pepper seller or hawker, even if we can't do anything to improve her condition, we must ensure that her children don't end up like her. We must have that social agenda. That's what my party espouses. We'll build all the bridges, we'll build all the roads, we'll build the infrastructure. They say we're building the quality that our state hasn't seen before, and even completing more than 10 kilometers every month. Yes, we can have all of those and build all of those. But if we don't invest in the human beings, that's the bridge to the future. And this democracy will not survive unless we have sufficient people with sufficient stake in its survival. So, for me, that's how we build the big tent for everyone and a truly inclusive society. It is the greatest way to break the dynasties of poverty and inequality and groom future stakeholders in the Nigerian project. Without this, soon the rich won't be able to sleep or walk the streets because the poor and the excluded are hungry and angry. The resources we generate from the emergency turnaround in oil and gas sector, as well as more tax revenues, must be reinvested in the people and the infrastructure as the road to the future. And then I think about the social re-engineering. Fellow Nigerians, I think part of the challenge we have, and I will say this, is that as leaders, I don't think we're talking straight with Nigerians. I think like a family with broken finance, the father shouldn't continue to pretend I'm the big oga and all of that, and bring it clean. Father, mother, bring these children, they are now adults. Instead of one going back to school and writing you, they need 300,000. The other one writing you need 400,000. Yes, all their needs are justified. But your combined salary is maybe 200,000. Call them to a meeting, put it on the table. Let's have a conversation. We have not been able, I think we need to come clean to Nigerians, but we need a bigger agenda. And that is a lifestyle embodied and exhibited by those of us in public authorities must also reflect the conditions of the time. And that is why I propose reinventing MANSA and the new code of conduct for public officers. Let's come clean and straight with Nigerians. Nigeria is very poor and broke. But the lifestyle of governments and government officials don't show it, especially with the obscene flamboyance in public display. A time of socio-economic strife is not a good time to be in public office. The poor are hungry and impatient, and let's not annoy them more with our insensitivity. For the federal government, the actual projected revenue comes to about 6,160 per Nigerian per month. For the states, except Lagos, for Lagos and a few states, most states have revenues amounting to less than 3,000 naira per resident per month. It is from these paltry shares per citizen that we're expected to provide all the infrastructure, debt service, pay salaries and pensions, build schools, provide everything and so on. Thus, for each of our wasteful spending, let's be conscious about the fact how many citizens' share we are squandering. Once we lose this consciousness about the public trust we bear, the society dies irredeemably. We are not expecting our public officials to be sent or are there sent anywhere in the world. But it suffices for us never to lose empathy for the poor and always conscious of the resources, that the resources entrusted with us is their money, not ours. Just that sensitivity is an important beginning, and we must be seen to embody the change that we preach. A new code of conduct is required for public officials. Some signaling is required, and perhaps government officials should maybe, and there are many ways we can signal this, maybe we should mandatorily go back to the equivalent of, secure the equivalent of the Peugeot 504 of the Morotala Mohammed days. Yes, in this case, I agree with my, one of Reverend Father Mbaka. When I just read a few days, he was saying that public officials should also, elected governors and so on, should also earn minimum salary, minimum wage. I agree that we should be paid that so we can feel that as well. In Anambra, I have not received a kobo salary since I assumed office. I've donated my salary to the state. Just is symbolic. It's not much. The salary of the governor is 673,000. When I came and they showed it to me, I said, this is my salary. The system is in denial, actually. That's my salary. I said, yes. But the tax I paid to the state the previous year, if you annualize what I'm to be paid as governor, what I paid to the state as tax the previous year was more than twice the amount they're now going to pay me as salary. I said, now keep your money. I will, we can do without it. I think generally the system is in denial. But there must be some signaling. It's just the symbolism of this. We need to reinvent something akin to the mass mobilization for self-reliance, social justice, and economic recovery, MAMSA, of the Babangida days, and the new code of conduct for public officials. Both government officials and other citizens need to be constantly reminded of our respective sacred citizen civic duties and obligations, as well as the accountability requirements. We need to break the transactional bargain between politicians and voters that has become a debilitating circus. We all complain about corruption, but clap and bless the same public officials when they make public display of the process of corruption. Why the one who does not do so is considered, quote, wicked, or not generous, or even useless. In some sense, the citizens expect and even demand of public officials to be corrupt. And those who behave otherwise are considered either insane or stupid. Let's have this frank national conversation, because we all seem to be culpable. But we must break this cycle to make sustainable progress. We must rebuild a sense of nationalism and patriotism and reinvent the old slogan of black and proud. Let's mainstream pride in everything Nigerian. Let's drive only made in Nigeria vehicles and wear only made in Nigeria fabrics. Eat only made in Nigeria food and drink only made in Nigeria drinks. That's what we do in Anambra State. So when you see me wearing this Akwete fabric, handmade by the women of Akwete of Abia State, or wearing the eagle on my cap here, that is a Nigerian coat of arms, the eagle on Nigerian coat of arms, or driving a nursing vehicle as my official car, or and so on and so forth. I am proudly advertising that, quote, I am Nigerian and proud. If all of us wear only Nigerian fabrics, if all of us wear only Nigerian fabrics, I can bet you the textile industry in Nigeria will create more than 10 million new jobs. Let's start from there. I'm sending the message that all of us have something to contribute to fix this country. So, we must intentionally build a sense of nation, not just a slogan, but an attitude. In Anambra, when we assumed office, we stopped this excellency business. So don't excellency me. Call me Mr. Governor. I leave all this, because sometimes we take this title to become achievement. The Nigeria is the only place where somebody puts a poster. He wants to contest for Senate. They start at this distinguished. He's already distinguished. He hasn't even gotten there. Yeah. And somebody print a complimentary card and give you, and they write, Your Excellency, the former gubernatorial aspirant of... So in Anambra, we say, leave this excellency. I'm Mr. Governor, and I have Mr. Commissioners. No honorable, no excellency, no this, and so on and so forth. I think part of it is in the conversation. These things might be symbolic, may not be much, but symbolisms can become very important in shaping narratives. So, all I say is that in Anambra, yes, we recruited about 18,000 teachers. On merit, we must mainstream merit-based recruitment in our public sector in Nigeria. Yes, Bishop Kuka mentioned about building the public service. But you can't build that if we're doing this, a little, balancing, and then we don't recruit the best. In Anambra recently, we recruited 8,115 teachers and little over 1,000 medical professionals, strictly on merit. And our teachers crisscross about 18 states of Nigeria. Our teachers are drawn from 18 states of Nigeria. It's not about where you come from. What is the interest of the Anambra child? The interest of the Anambra child is to be taught by the best teacher in the world, not by the mediocre teacher from his village. That's what we must begin to program as a people, so to speak. And we appointed permanent secretaries, and we have people from both Abia, Oshun, and so on in our civil service, because they are the best that we could find, so to speak. So we must drastically reduce the cost of governance. In Anambra, for example, doing more with less is our slogan. Extreme prudence is the reason we are delivering historic results on infrastructure and all other sectors and still refuse to borrow a kobo in over 2 years. The State Assembly approved for us to borrow 100 billion 2 years ago. And as we speak, we're still insisting that if we are going to borrow in the future, we will only borrow for projects that will have capacity to pay back. We have spent the first 2 years restructuring our public finance on a path of sustainability, and I think budgeted. I saw your last thing on sustainability of the states, and Anambra happened to be in the top 5 today. Thank you very much, so to speak. So, our budget is restructured to about now 23% on recurrent, while 77% for capital. We have cost of governance to bare bones. For example, it used to cost about 137 million a month just to clean offices and so on and so forth. We've cut it down to 11 million a month. That's what it is. We have no office of First Lady, and there is no appropriation for that. My wife drives my personal vehicles that I came into office with. And we don't do this to impress anyone, but out of personal conviction and knowledge that Anambra cannot afford the West. Currently, as I said, Anambra is ranked among your top 5 on fiscal sustainability. Our target is that and we'll probably achieve it sooner than later, our IGR should be able to pay for all our recurrent expenditures, while any penny we receive from Abuja will be devoted to investing on the future of the people. In sum, we must reorder our priorities if we must maximize values for our people, given, again, the point I made before, that the resources are very little, very little. We must cut the fat, cut them off. So somebody comes to me and says, give us appointment. And to be appointment for what? Give me SA or SSA. And I say, what will you be doing? what will you be doing for Anambra people? If I give you SA, you say, no, anything. And I say, no. If I appoint you SA or SSA and there is nothing, no desk, no value that you'll be producing. If I call 20 Keke Napep drivers and put them in front of you and tell them and ask you to tell them what you will be doing for Anambra such that at the end of the month they will contribute all that they pay as their own payment will be used to pay to you as SA. Will you be able to stand before them and give them that value proposition? No. We can't circle ourselves in the capital and not think that this resource that we spend is the resource that belongs to all the citizens. When we receive our FAC, when we receive anything, it is money belonging to the 8.5 million residents of Anambra, not to the little circle that are in government. And so that's why I think that all these values and the things that we need a new MAMSA to begin to, in addition to broad civic duties, that the new MAMSA will help us to mainstream. And if I may conclude, I conclude where I started. And that is that these things about democracy and free market are threatened by our challenging economy. We must break out somewhere. That agenda is in a different venue to discuss. What will be the breakout points that over the short to medium term we can break out of this circle? It's a vicious circle. We are trapped. Low revenue, low government spending, low outcomes. But you need a quantum injection into the system to move. And you have little leg room again to borrow. I'm talking about the federal government particularly. Very little leg room. Because your debt service payment now is more in excess of 50% of your recurrent expenditure, of your revenue. So if you can't and you will not print money, we've got to think out of the box now. Where will that growth handle come from? And like I said, this is not a conversation here. As President Clinton once said, it's the economy stupid. How can we sustain democracy over the next 25 years? That in about 2050, we're expecting 440 million Nigerians. Not 2023, not 30 million. Are we going to be able to sustain it? I'm an incredible optimist in the potential greatness of this blessed country. That's essentially why I have persisted in public service and applied for my current job. I believe in the infinite possibilities and opportunities that Nigeria presents. Our youthful population, if unleashed, will definitely conquer the world, and the 21st century will be Nigeria's century. But building that next Nigeria will require a very determined and strong pull, very determined pull by all Nigerians. It is good to complain, but better to do something positive about it. We must turn our current challenges into opportunities. As I ponder the lamentations and the possibilities. And even as I was coming out here, that was a song ringing in my head. I just recalled that song by Sonny Okosun. Some of you old enough remember that about 40 years ago, when Nigeria was barely 24 years of independence, the late Sonny Okosun sang a song of lamentations and hope. In that song, he had lamentations, but he also provided hope that only through our collective action can we then build. It was a call also to collective action. In that song, Which Way Nigeria? You remember that? Which way Nigeria? I love my fatherland. I want to know which way Nigeria is heading to. Many years after independence, we still find it hard to start. How long shall we be patient till we'll get to the promised land? Oh yeah. Let's save Nigeria so Nigeria won't die. Thank you very much and God bless you.
your seats. And on this very special edition of the platform, we have this special feature, which is a panel discussion featuring our distinguished speakers. And to moderate the panel, let me invite Olahon Joshua.
Calling on our panelists, in no particular order, His Excellency, the Governor of Anambra State, His Excellency, the former Governor of Lagos State, Excellency, former Speaker of the House of Assembly, in any order, and Bishop Matthew Kuka.
Hi, how are you doing? How are you doing?
I was communicating with a lot of people online and asking them the questions they want to hear you answer. And so the first question will be for you, Honorable Dogara. And the question is this. When Professor Soludo was speaking, he said that the expectations of the populace are very high. And people said the expectations are high because of what the politicians told them when they were campaigning. And that in the Federal House and Senate, there are almost 470 members. Those 470 members are from 8 parties, even though it is dominated by the APC and the PDP. But that when it was time for them to collect cars, nobody refused the cars. We did not know that anybody was from a different political party. And when they were asked, why are you taking these cars? They said it is the laws that have been passed. So as a former member of that house, can you tell Nigerians, is there something that happens when people get elected that they all behave the same way?
Well, I don't know if my mic is on. Can you hear me?
Is the mic still on? Mine is on, yeah.
Okay. It's like mine is not on. Mm-hmm. The mic. Well, in answering this question, I think it's important first to state that I'm no longer in the House of Representatives.
That's a good
convenience. That's a good alibi.
But I cannot deny the fact that is my primary constituency. Having served there for 16 and broken years, and having led the House. As a matter of fact, you know, when you are campaigning as a politician, virtually everyone operates by the level of light that is available to him. And sometimes there are projections, there are things you are looking at. It is only when you get to the office that you now realize that some of those things that you thought were possible are not possible. And in respect to the cars, I would say that it depends on the choices a particular set of members will make. The process of being in the House, I was chairman of House Services twice. I think the first to hold that position twice. And I remember sitting like this in an executive session with all the 360 members to take a decision as to what we must do. At that time, Innocent was not there, but Peugeot cars were available. But members had preferences for some other brands. And we sat there together with the leadership of the House. Then I wasn't the Speaker to decide that no, we must buy Peugeot cars for honorable members of the House of Representatives. And so some didn't like it, but the Speaker then agreed. And if you check it in that House, it was Peugeot that we bought for honorable members of the House of Representatives. During my time as Speaker as well, we were exploring the possibility of patronizing Innocent Motors. But that time, I think they hadn't advanced to the level they have attained as of today. And I sat also as Speaker and said, if I could convince the House to take my decision to patronize Peugeot when I was House Services Chairman, then there's no way I can now go for Camry or some other exotic models. We must buy Peugeot. And the reason was simply to give impetus to the fact that we must not only patronize made in Nigeria goods, we should take pride in what we produce, and that we should sustain the livelihood of the Nigerian workers. Because by patronizing them, they were able to do a lot of things, upgrade even their plants, and then employ more people. But why I said to give that alibi, the alibi I first gave that I'm no longer in the House, is to say that I don't know the motivation behind the decision of the present set of honorable members to go for the vehicles they went for. But I will say, as leaders and representatives of the people, if I had better understanding as to what led them to take that decision, I'll be in a position to now offer an informed opinion about it. But I don't want to make a value judgment, having not listened to them, having not followed the debate about the kind of cars, the kind of choices they made, and whether people, could actually reject it or not. So that is my take on this.
Thank you. Next question will be for former Governor Fashola. When you were in Lagos State, you had a very commendable record. You went to the federal and you were a super minister. Now, a lot of people think the bedrock of democracy starts with the electoral system. And there were a lot of complaints at the last election. If you were made the chairman of INEC against 2027, what reforms will you bring to the electoral system?
First of all, I don't want to be chairman of INEC. I've had cause to work with some INEC chairmen from, I think, Maurice Iwu Jega, and Mahmoud at some arm's length relationship, but I don't envy their work. And I think perhaps the closest to our election is also our football. So we all know who the best player is. We know who should play what. And when they don't perform, then sack the coach. But I agree that electoral reforms are helpful for the sustenance of our democracy, but how well have we even optimized the reforms that have taken place? Is it a chairman, and this speaks to all of the other issues, the elite consensus, the citizens' advocacy, citizen responsibility that we have? Because I keep telling people that the INEC that we condemn here is a knight in shining armor in other democracies across the continent, helping them, consulting for them. And so when we attack the systems, I think we should just look in the mirror. The work that INEC does, because I have been involved in not a few elections, is a logistics nightmare. So they need a lot of, and if you don't mind me spending a minute or two on this, people must understand it. The people who carry out election work on election day, it's a logistic nightmare. And INEC doesn't have all of the staff. So some of the staff are ad hoc staff, trained a few weeks before, and even on election day, people can fall ill, vehicles can break down, and that translates to some of us at our polling stations on D-Day as delayed materials, delayed arrival. But that is a logistic of delivery materials to 197,000 polling stations, if I remember the number, or 176,000 polling stations. If I remember that number correctly, who can do that job without error? And that is why the principles of election is not necessarily, it's ideal to get it right, but at the end of the day, it's substantial compliance. And I think an education, a mutual understanding of what the rule is, what the objective is, will help bring down the temperature, even if I agree that there should be reforms.
Yeah. Next question will be for Governor Soludo. During your presentation, you said Nigeria, with statistics, is a poor country. Now, the last 6 months, if you speak to a lot of people, there's a mantra you hear, Ebing Pami. Ebing Pami. People are saying they are hungry. Labor is asking for a new minimum wage. People are saying if you increase the wages, the public sector might struggle, the private sector might struggle, inflation might go up. What is your take on this new minimum wage?
I don't know who sent you. I don't know. Whoever sent you, tell them you didn't see me. Comment on minimum wage, and as a sitting governor, that's like going to roast corn on a petrol station. You know, because what are you going to say? I said it in my lecture here. I did say, at a personal level, I won't comment deeply on that. There are deep conversations that need to have, which we missed the opportunity to have, which will probably someday we'll get to it. You know, discussion about minimum wage is a very emotional thing. The worker is saying my wage can't take me home. And there's enumerates what he needs. Nobody is talking about productivity. Nobody is talking about ability to pay. Nobody is, and part of it, as I said during my presentation here, is the lifestyle, the impression that we gave from the public, this thing that all is well. They see those convoys of 30, 40, 50, can you tell him you cannot pay this much? Then they say, wait a minute, no. If a member of National Assembly can go home with this, why not? So, and we have all these parallels. I said, sometime I wish that we'll pay everybody minimum of 1 million. Okay? 2 million, 5 million even. I wish. But the reality is, you bring the numbers and put it on the table. I just said, at the best of estimates I can get, unless something changes tomorrow, federal government's actual revenue will probably not exceed 17 trillion this year. If you share it to all Nigerians, it comes to 6,160 naira per person per month. That's what it comes out per capita. If you take even the total 28.7 trillion and share, it will come down to 10,000 naira per person per month. I'm talking about per capita. If I take my state, I've told you, if you share every revenue that we got, it comes down to less than 2,500 per person. Now, but this money belongs to all Nigerians. That's what you need to provide infrastructure, fix schools, fix this, fix that, and so on and so forth. So, there is that general conversation that we're going to have. We're not talking about benchmarks or to the rest of the world and where we are and so on and so forth. Even where in the world they all have minimum wage annualized that is more than 30% of the per capita income. It's talking about carrying capacity. So this conversation is a very deep one, but not one that I want to get into, but I just want to make 2 quick points about it. First, we must make distinction between a national minimum wage and discussions about civil service minimum wage. Because there was a confusion as if the discussion was a negotiation between government and labor. No, as Governor Fashola mentioned, MSMEs, I think you mentioned that statistics, employs about, I think, 49-point-something million. That's what I had. They are the largest employers. And I will leave you with this thought. I was talking with a farmer speaker. He's a former speaker. And I asked him whether he can pay, and what we were gisting there. I will give him a microphone to say it, what he told me. Whether he can pay, what he can pay in his own farm. I spoke to 9 small, medium enterprises in my state. 9. And the response by these 9 is interesting. None of them knew that the conversation was about them. None of them. In fact, one of them said, let them pay it now, let them. I said, no. What is being discussed is what you will pay. Say, no, not us. Okay. I'll tell you the conversation, 2 of them in particular. One happened to be a proprietress of a private school, and she has 26 staff. There's the gardeners, the cleaners, the gateman, the driver, the this, and so on. And I said to her, so how are you going to cope with this? And he said, no, it doesn't pertain to us. I said, no, that once it becomes law, that's what you must pay. And you know her response? He says, in that case, they can come and close the school. Or, he said, do I know how much she pays the head teacher of her school? They are talking 60. He said, in that case, if she raises the school fees enough to be able to pay that all the children will run away. That's one. The second one happened to be one guy that produces some of this bottled water. And he has 33 staff. And you know, minimum wage applies once you are employed up to a certain number, 25 or so, 10 or thereabout, 10 or 25 or whatever. It's mandatory. You will be prosecuted if you don't. So I said to the guy about him, he said, no, it's not for them. It's government. When I tried to convince him that it's also about him, what he's going to pay, his response was very interesting. He says, now, after buying diesel at the cost he's buying, that he's actually thinking of laying off some of the workers that they margin, because there is a limit to which he can increase prices. So the only thing he will do is to lay off some. He said, well, if they come and force me, then I close this place. Now, it's important that we understand that we are discussing the minimum. Minimum which everybody will have to pay. The churches, the schools, the roadside bakery, the farmers who employ a certain number, everybody. Those SMEs that employ the 49-point-something million, they must pay this. That's what it is about. Once we understand it, no problem. That's the point. It's a very important thing that we understand, because we're not discussing civil service minimum salary. Because they make it as if it is government versus us. Government versus... It's not government. Put it what it is, and then if I receive what I got in a month, I put it on the table, then you got to ask, how many staff can I pay? I have just recruited additional 8,115 teachers. For comparison, the Labour Party in the UK is proposing that if it wins the next election, it will recruit additional 6,400 and something teachers for the entire UK. In Anambra, in 2 years, I have recruited 8,115, and I have to pay them. So, the minimum wage thing, it goes, everybody is right. Everybody is right. The worker is right to say, what am I getting? Nobody is asking, what does the worker do? We're not asking that question yet. All we're saying is, how much does he need? He's right. And for me, even if you pay 1 million, 10 million, it's not enough. Fair enough. But on the other hand, you have to come back to reality. That we're talking about this MSMEs, the school, private schools, churches, so on and so forth. You have to pay your own driver that way. You have to pay your this and so on and so forth. We're all in it. Whatever they agree. We'll muddle through, so to speak. But maybe after 1 year, we will meet to discuss the consequences. The only challenge often is that, now talking about the consequences, I remind ourselves, in 1973, there was the famous Udoji Award. Udoji Award. Salaries were doubled. Yeah, workers and so on. The oil boom thing, what do we do with money? We double salaries. A few months after that, the average worker, about a year later, the average worker felt that he was better off before the boom. And so, I pity the president, because it will all be on his head. If the consequences come down, whatever it is, if whatever is negotiated is unsustainable or unpayable or whatever, months to come, who will bear the responsibility? Not me, not me. So, months later, it will still come back. It is Tinubu, since he did this one didn't. Just like we're talking about this removal of subsidy. I think as I was discussing with you before we started, the subsidy was actually removed by the previous administration. It was removed by the previous administration because by their 2023 budget, they said they couldn't go beyond June. So by the law passed by the National Assembly, they had legislated that subsidy was going to end by June 2023 because we had reached the end. You couldn't go much further. But then this president comes, just at the beginning of it, the thing, bah, I said, Tinubu, you remove subsidy. Anyway, so the consequence will still come back. If there is any, if it's dislocational, everybody will still go back to the president. But I think we can all get to the room and dialogue and discuss how this thing can be fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think with these few words of yours, you've been able to convince the audience that when this minimum wage is reviewed, even their domestic staff, their drivers, they should be ready to pay too. Thank you.
That's the point.
Okay, next question will be for you, Bishop Kuka. When former Governor Fashola was speaking, he said every country subsidizes a few things. You know, some countries subsidize agric, Nigeria was subsidizing petroleum products. But we have a peculiar case. There is no country where the richest set of people are in that sector that things are being subsidized. When you go to the UK, you don't find the richest people where they pay dole. In America, you don't find the richest people working where the subsidies are happening. Why do you think we have this peculiar issue?
Well, I haven't run a government, so we should have asked Fashola this question. But I think, you know, fundamental to this conversation is that we are confusing a symptom with a disease. The bigger disease for me is that I do not see that there is enough intellectual input in public policy. Now, you can't. I remember I was listening to, I had a conversation, I listened to Yoweri Museveni when he gave a talk at NIPS, and he said something that caught my attention. He said, look, as the president of Uganda, I have the population of my citizens is before me. He said jokingly, he said, my wife is over 6 feet tall. I have an idea about the amount of cloth that every Ugandan woman need to tie in order to maintain a certain level of dignity. I also have an idea about the amount of ugali, which is like gari for us, that the average Ugandan needs to eat in order to go to sleep peacefully. In my view, I have not seen evidence that those who govern Nigeria are thinking about what should be, I mean, how many Nigerians can sleep peacefully with a meal? Because if you're thinking through all of this, and we're talking about minimum wage now, nobody is talking about 90% of the ordinary people of Nigeria who are not earning any wages. So when Labour starts some of this conversation and they do all this rigmarole with federal government, I'm like, hello, what about the farmers? What about all the people in the villages? Governor Fashola's friend, Hernando de Soto, you invited him to Hernando de Soto, he wrote a book. The title of the book is The Mystery of Capital. Why does why capitalism works in the West and why it fails elsewhere? And it was a study of, I think, about 4 countries or so. They were miserably poor. But his argument was that, if I still understand, it's a long time since I read the book. But his argument was, look, how does it happen that what my father, you are not among, the fathers of some of us who are poor here, all of you, Looks like a senator. All these rosy You know, the question was, he said, how does it happen that what the poor have in quantum, that is land? If you go, my father can tell you, he's dead now, but we can say our land is from here past the airport. And he said, that is what ordinary people have in plenty. But land is fundamental to economics. So he says, why is it that this massive land that an illiterate farmer has can't do anything for him? Yet, a governor says 100 by 50 feet, they give you a piece of paper which you can take to the bank and they call it collateral and you can get money. Yet, my father's massive land cannot get me collateral. It seems to me that fundamental to this conversation is our inability to deal very sincerely and very seriously with the issues of who we are and where we are. I think you made a very, very sound point. I think it was you. That, you know, they say in traffic, you can't be driving and drinking at the same time. But somebody mischievously say, the reason is you may spill your drink. But it is difficult to be governing and thinking at the same time. And there are so many people who have gotten themselves into government purely and simply by accident and by the size of their pocket. Not because they have sat down to think about what they will do. So a system of this nature cannot deliver anything other than the contradictions we are facing in Nigeria every day. Because we can have this conversation. You can offer workers 1 million. 2 years down the line, we are still back to the same problem. So the point you made, which I thought was very important, can this government, or any government for that matter, say, look, we have a small committee of 5-10 people. They're not politicians. They're bureaucrats, tested people. You are just out there. Help me think through what to do to resolve this issue of labor. You have a few people who are not in government. They are not party people. They don't chop belly full. So they are not in this, you know, for the sake of money. Help us think through how do we educate our children. I come from, you look at what is happening in northern Nigeria. The sea of humanity that is joining the traffic. Yes, we are talking of 10, 15 people, Almajiris and so on. Today's Almajiri is going to go, tomorrow is going to be 20, going to be 30, then end up in the National Assembly or whatever the case may be. There needs to be an aggregate of, whether you call them think tanks, but I think this government must take very seriously, beyond politics and the politicians, people that are helping government to conceptualize and refine policy for the good of the ordinary people of Nigeria. Because I think that we will come back to the table to have this conversation. And we've had it over and over. And what Professor Soludo is saying is quite frightening to me. But how do we are sounding and painting this kind of picture. Yet the French are saying that more champagne is consumed in Nigeria than in anywhere else in the world. I'm seeing all these cowboys who are building all kinds of structures that you can't find in New York, you can't find in London. The Nigerian elite continues to drink the blood of the poor. Let me put it that way. Because it is from inside this rotten country that we are still stealing the money we are sending our children abroad to study. So resolving this problem requires more than just this endless circle of elections. And then finally, we must come back to the whole question of the National Assembly. How do we explain? We may not be in a dictatorship, but there has to be some legislation against certain levels of malfeasance that are not acceptable by any standards at all. The humongous amounts of, I remember our senator in Kaduna, Senator Shehu Usani, he said, okay, every month they are giving us 25 million. I have to take. Okay, I have to take because it's already there. To change any of this, you have to go back to the National Assembly. And I'm sorry to say publicly, but I've had people in very high places who say to me, the only way we can change this thing is through a military coup. But there must be a way out. Because the members of the National Assembly, we need to love them. They are our representatives. But what you're saying, former speaker. Can it not be, does it need legislation to say that nobody should, because they kind of, all these Land Cruisers, where they are produced, they are not buying them as much as, I think these people must be wondering what kind of human beings are in Nigeria. Isn't it possible to legislate what you are saying? Even if innocent motors cannot produce this number of motors, isn't it possible for Nigeria to decide that we are going to realign our pattern of consumption? Otherwise, I mean, we can be dancing around these problems, going around in cycle. But my concern is, whether you remove subsidy, can we have subsidy against hunger? And I don't know but because for me, the problems are huge, and there are no quick answers. But we need to get around this problem because the pain, the suffering of ordinary Nigerians is immeasurable. And we are not going to, now we are hearing that I saw a tin of needle is 61 or whatever thousand naira. You are not going to solve this problem by just throwing money at people. Because Obasanjo threw 10 billion. I remember Jega and others were members of that committee to alleviate poverty. The program started. The cowboys decided to take the money. My wife, my children, my nephews, my nieces, and people distributed the money among themselves. So I don't know, but I'm just saying that there is nothing happening to us in Nigeria that is new. We cannot restore this confidence. If you bring Mamsa, with what am I going to use to sing the national anthem? Or what am I going to use to feel so patriotic about Nigeria? These are the critical issues. They are mutually reinforcing, but I think that with a little bit of thinking and tinkering with the system, politicians can have policy options, because there are good stories in other parts of the world where things have happened differently. And like I said, we can go back to Singapore. But Lee Kuan Yew has demonstrated, other leaders have also demonstrated. It's not so much what you know, but where are you asking for help? Okay, we are only 200 and something million Nigeria. And yet we are not seeing the kind of things we are seeing. We are not seeing the anger in India. We are not seeing the anger in China. Only 30, 40 years ago, when you look at China, you just see people with funny bicycles and so on and so forth. Suddenly, how did China manage to make this jump? We may not be imitating, but there is no substitute for eating what you can produce. And this discipline among our leaders, I want to commend you for the examples you've given. But again, not every governor came back from the central bank. Because the other advantage you have is that if you already have a bit of education and you have a good job before becoming governor, then it becomes easy. I will end. There was a cartoon in Daily Times many years ago. It was election time. And the cartoon showed two people. One was miserably hungry. The other one was quite, with a big tummy. So the voter was looking. And he said, if I vote for this man, when is he going to chop belly full before he remembers me? And then he looks at this man. If I vote for this man who is used to eating, will he remember me at all? So these are the distortions that are in our system. Thank you.
Now we have a challenge feeding ourselves, being self-sufficient. In 1 minute, what do you think we need to do to improve agricultural production so that we can be self-sufficient in food?
For starters, let me comment on the issue of the national minimum wage. mentioned today. I had a discussion with His Excellency, the Governor. He referred to it, alluded to it in the course of his presentation. First of all, on this issue, my sympathy lies with the Nigerian war. That is why even as Speaker, I was a die-hard advocate of not just minimum wage, but living wage. Because my belief then is that it's the workers that process our national wealth. And if their take-home cannot take them home, they'll be tempted to cut corners in order to get home. Okay, they were tempted to cut corners in order to get home. So I believe that our workers should be paid living wage. And of course, that will come in sync with the submission of Bishop Kuka, who talked about the experience in Singapore, where, the base were attracted into the public service. We pay very well. Chances are that we're going to have some of our best friends working in the public service. But I must sound a note of caution, which was what I was discussing with him. And then he said, okay, if, for instance, an amount is approved, am I in the position to pay my workers as a farmer? And I told him, for me, it's very simple. Like the value proposition that we talked about here. I will simply call the workers to a meeting and say, okay, this is the value you are putting on the table. Because you need to put the value on the table first before you can now claim value. So we will have a rational conversation. This is what you're doing. This is the profit you're generating. Tell me how much you want to take from here. And if I cannot afford it, then we'll close down the farm. It's as simple as that, because I can't pay what I do not have.
Your farmer,
I can't give what I don't have. And that takes me to an experience I had as Speaker. There was this strike by one of the big associations in Nigeria, and I was saddled with the responsibility of mediating. So I had to call the minister to a meeting to say, okay, let's meet with the leaders of this association that had gone on strike. And that strike had lasted for months. So when we met as a trained negotiator, I told the minister, okay, please, I want you to be very sincere with us. What resources do you have? After listening to all of them, what resources do you have in the ministry? Bring even all the budget documents. And so he came with the budget documents, the money is available to him, and we put it on the table in order to reach a ZOPA. That's a zone of possible agreement with the workers who are on strike. And we now said, okay, we have listened to all the demands, we've listened to everything that you want, but this is what is on the table. Just help us. Do the allocations yourself. Fund these ones that must be funded. They are necessaries by the ministry. And then from the available money, take what you think you can take from it. And the minister was very sincere. So they started looking at themselves. And one was like, we didn't know that the situation is like this. And at the end of the day, we were able to agree on something. Even though it didn't meet the demand they had placed on the table, they took it. So we can extend this discussion to the present challenge that we have. Government should be sincere with workers. Let them bring the value that we have on the table. And let them talk about things that we must fund. It talks about infrastructure, we're talking about growing the economy, we're talking about so many things that will be done. As a matter of fact, we can even allow the labor leaders do the allocation. I'm for that. Take whatever it is that you think we can pay to the workers
and what you want us to devote for roads, for power, for agriculture that we're about to talk about now, and the rest. And I believe we will have that solution if we ever hold that kind of conversation. About agriculture, I think there's no rocket science. It's a very simple thing. And to me, this is an area that doesn't even require electricity or all those other factors of production that we talk about. Take, for instance, if we want to bring revolution in agriculture, just the oil palm industry, just for instance. Malaysia was nowhere. They came here, took the palm oil seeds from Nigeria, and now they have planted 600 million palm trees, and they're the leading producer of palm oil in the world. Assuming you raise just 3 million families from the belt that produces palm trees, and say, okay, each of these families, government will empower to just cultivate 1 hectare or plant 1 hectare of palm oil trees. You know how many million trees that would be? From the middle belt, south-south, southeast, southwest, just 3 million families. And let each of these families be empowered just to plant 1 hectare of palm trees. How many trees would that be if you do the maths? And then it is proven that 1 hectare can generate from the red oil to palm kernel and everything between 15 to 18 million naira per annum. So you can imagine moving 3 million families, just lifting them out of poverty by this simple method of empowerment. Let me talk about this ranching or no ranching that we're talking about. By the year 2030, for instance, you can Google this or query your search engines. The beef market, just beef, not talking about pork and others. Beef market only. The global share of the market is going to grow to $1.3 trillion. And as we speak, Nigeria is nowhere in the chain. Take, for instance, dairy, just dairy and its associated products, milk, cheese, and others. By 2030, just that dairy market, the global market size, will be $1.2 trillion. And we're not doing anything about it. We're not preparing ourselves to inch into the market or have capture, no matter how small, the size of that market. So we're talking about stopping banning open grazing, for instance. But what alternative are we offering? The people who have accepted this as their culture, who have lived over time practicing this, what do we want them to embrace? And I can tell you a very simple thing. If we can't follow the example of the palm trees that I talked about, look at families, millions of families, let's assume even if it is 1 million family. I don't even know the population of cattle in Nigeria. And say, okay, government is going to empower them to have the right kind of breed of cattle that generates beef. And then the right type of breed that gives milk. Do you know that by the time we transition from these traditional cows that we have to the ones that will really give us value, we have automatically killed open grazing because you can't even graze those cows. That will solve the problem. And in Nigeria, you don't have to even reinvent MAMSA. Once people perceive that a particular business venture is lucrative, they will just go into it. Like in those days, any community you go to, you find out new filling stations because people believe then that once you have a filling station, you will have money. Automatically, anybody who gets money was going into filling station. So when the cow Fulanis now see that I will have more beef if I rear this cattle, I will have more milk if I rear this particular breed of cattle, you will see that you don't have to preach to them. They will abandon this
traditional cows that don't give us the meat we need, don't give us the milk we need, and embrace, the new breeds. So to me, these are some of the commonsensical things that we can do in agriculture in order to bring revolution in that field, change the destiny of people, pull millions of people out of poverty. Thank you.
Question. Either former Governor Fashola or Governor Soludo can take it, because you both have experience in that matter. One of the things people have complained about is that when governors leave office and there's a corruption probe, one of the areas it always starts from is the security vote. Do you think the security vote should also now be subject to audit, openness, transparency? And do you think that security should be handled, should it still be the preserve of the federal government, or should it be divulged to the state?
Okay. First, again, I didn't operate a security vote. Lagos State did not have one when I was chief of staff or when I was governor. All our procurements were done through the office of the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. So if we wanted to buy vehicles, we wanted to buy this, we wanted to buy that, they had to issue what was called an authority to incur expenditure. And if it exceeded a certain threshold, it must come to council, debated and approved. So I can't speak about. So when I see these security votes, I don't understand it. Yes, so I never experienced it, I didn't go through it. So what I went through was that process, and that's what we kept. Now, in terms of whether security is not a preserve of the federal government, and I think that we mix up these issues. So I published a monograph called Nigerian Public Discourse, and I discussed this item as well as the current labor issue in it. And I'm going to speak to them very quickly because we're pressed for time. Yes, if you read the Constitution, it says that security shall be the responsibility, welfare and security shall be the responsibility of government. But as a student of statutory interpretation and practitioner, the government used there is a government with small g. And lawyers will tell you that that means it is all government. So security is not typified. Now, what is in the exclusive list is the control by the federal government of coercion instruments, the police, the army, and control of weapons. But security is more than, if security was simply the number of soldiers we can deploy, the number of guns we can deploy, and all of that, all of us should be safe by now. So it is more than that. It is a whole of society conduct. And you will see that, I think in Section 24, under the duty of citizens, citizens also have a role to play in supporting and assisting law enforcement agency to carry out their understanding. But that's a treatise for a big debate. The quick point I want to make about wages, and this might disappoint a lot of people or even cause some more discomfort, but I hope it will enrich the conversation, and I hope it will help government come to a solution that works, is that there's a distinction between salary and wages. They are not the same thing. And oftentimes we use them interchangeably. I discussed it in my book, I think from pages 88. And if you do a search, you will see a lot of literature on the distinction between wages and salaries. Salaries are paid monthly. Wages are paid for blue-collar workers who work on factory floor per hour. So what we are doing is a salary review, not a wage review. And therefore, we are going to end up getting the wrong answers. Interestingly, what our Constitution provides for is a wage review. It doesn't provide for a salary review. There's another mechanism that deals with that. And I've said sometime next week when I have some time, I'm going to do a treatise on it. So the problem, therefore, is not setting the minimum salary, because that's what we are setting. In other countries, once they set minimum wage, it's lock, stock, and barrel. Everybody pays so much per hour. So what the farmer can then do is say, look, you are not going to work 8 hours anymore. I need you to work 3 hours, and I'm going to pay the minimum wage. When you finish, go. So instead of 8 hours, you get more money for working for less hours, and you can do 3-4 jobs to make up the time. Okay? But what we are doing here, we are setting a monthly minimum salary. Unlike the setting of the minimum wage, it doesn't affect salaried workers in that sense. But once you raise the minimum wage, now that's where the governors are saying we're having problems. Once you raise to 30, or from 30 to 60, it means that everybody above that must go right to the top, right to permanent secretary. And that's where the problem really lies. So in our rush to put some money in the hands of the most vulnerable, which is important, let us understand that we probably have to decouple this thing in a more holistic way and set, so that the people who are running businesses who are likely to be affected can say, look, we are going to pay minimum wage. So if you use the calculation for minimum wage as it is, what you will get is that our minimum wage actually is not 30,000 naira. That's not it. Because if you want to get the minimum wage, it has to be done per hour. So you will divide the total annual amount by 52 and then divide by 40. If you do that, you will see that the minimum wage is currently about 173 naira per hour.
You're still on to Channels Television, and you've been watching the Democracy Day edition of The Platform by the Covenant Nation Church. And this marks the end of the broadcast as we now continue with our programming for the day. Stay on with us.
You've been watching a live Channels Television event.
On June the 12th, 2024, at the prestigious Abuja Continental Hotel, we bring you the gathering of the nation's foremost leaders at the special Channels TV Security Summit and Town Hall. Heads of security agencies, experts, civil society organizations, lawmakers, and state governors will all converge to tackle the pressing security challenges facing our nation.
Part of what we did was the introduction of the community protection guard.
To say that there are a lot of other measures to ensure that we beat insecurity in Kuriga community.
This is not just a summit, it's a call to action. Join us at 7 p.m. at the Abuja Continental Hotel for an evening that promises insights, solutions, and a united front against insecurity. Tune in to our Security Summit and Town Hall on June the 12th, 2024 for a discussion of solutions. Only on Channels Television, a network built on trust.
Hello and welcome to Dateline Lagos on Channels Television. I'm Ayotunde Balogun. Coming up on the program, Governor Sanwo-Olu commissions 270 units in Egon-Igondo. State government inspects ongoing road projects, and Lagos residents benefit from Alafia Eco-Free medical outreach. We kick off the show from the housing sector. This time, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has inaugurated 270 units of two-bedroom flats at the Ego-Ngondo Mixed Housing Estate, Igondo-Ikotun Local Council Development Area. Now, Governor Sanwo-Olu says the provision of affordable homes is to reduce the housing deficit and provide decent accommodation for residents in the state. Take a look.
A new housing scheme in Ego-Ngondo area of Lagos State has been delivered by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to reduce the housing deficits in the state. A project embarked upon in 2001 by the State Ministry of Housing during the administration of former Governor of Lagos, Bola Tinubu, who is the sitting president of the country. Attention was not given to the project by previous administration due to lack of funds. 23 years down the line, 270 units of Cluster 1 is now completed by Governor Sanwo-Olu and Amzat administration.